puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas berkat limpahan rahmat dan karunia-Nya. Pada pagi hari ini kita masih diberi kesempatan dan kesehatan untuk bersama-sama mengikuti konferensi internasional Halu Oleo ketiga tentang pertanian dan keamanan pangan Hijau 2023. Tak lupa kita haturkan salawat serta salam semoga tetap tercurahkan kepada junjungan Nabi besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam yang telah membawa manusia dari alam gelap ke alam terang benderang seperti saat ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rizaldi
And my name is Putri.
We are students of Agriculture, Fakulty of Universitas Halu Oleo. As the master of ceremony for this international conference. Good morning and welcome to the third Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security Hijau 2023 with theme Regenerative Agriculture and Sustainable Post-Harvest Technology toward Global Circular Economy. Today, Tuesday, 19 September 2023 in Barung Claro Hotel Kendari.
Kami ucapkan selamat datang dalam acara konferensi internasional Halu Oleo ketiga tentang pertanian dan keamanan pangan Hijau 2023 dengan tema Pertanian Inovatif dan Teknologi Pasca Panen Berkelanjutan Menuju Ekonomi Sirkular Global, Selasa 19 September 2023.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's start with a performance of traditional dance from Sanggar Tari Pista Agriculture Faculty of Universitas Halu Oleo.
Tarian ini adalah tarian kreasi yang menggabungkan 4 etnis yang berasal di Sulawesi Tenggara, yaitu Tari Morengku dari etnis Moronene, Tari Balumpa dari etnis Buton, Tari Linda dari etnis Muna, dan Tari Lulo dari etnis Tolaki. Untuk itu, selamat menyaksikan.
Etnis Mornene yang memiliki keragaman tarian yang begitu unik dan dinamis, yang salah satunya adalah tari Morengku. Lompatan para penari yang begitu indah dan energik tergambar pada sebuah tari dari etnis Woleo, yakni tari Balupa.
Tanah Woleo, libur tobau, burasa tongkat, avalina, ibe itu mo, panaminaku, oleh mokana, mora aku.
Lemah lembut dengan selendang yang mencuntai menjadi ciri gerakan seorang kalambeuna dalam sebuah tari, yaitu tari linda. Adalah sebuah tari pergaulan bagi masyarakat Tolaki dengan bergerak ke kiri dan ke kanan sambil bergandengan tangan. Para penari mengungkapkan kegembiraan dan rasa syukur atas sebuah kerja. Tari ini pula menjadi media pertemuan para muda-mudi untuk saling mengenal.
Bangga-banggai tahino, mondon duwi pasino, kadu itome ambono, sarumo maheno, osula bagai toli-toli, wiwindai wakunggaranu, berano tome ambono, onumangu, dikumpulkan dari bangga-banggai tahino, mondon duwi
menyanyikan lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya dan Mars Universitas Halu Oleo yang dipandu oleh Ibu Norma Bivarian SP MSc.
Universitas Halu Oleo, alma mater tercinta lembaga ilmiah, pengemban tridharma, ilmu amalia dan amal ilmiah, karya bakti setiap hari, tekad sivitas akademika, laksanakan dharma bakti. Dengan iman dan takwa, wujudkan pembangunan nusa dan bangsa. Amalkan Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45. Benar mandiri dalam kesejawatan, dan majulah alma materku, ibarat bunga mekar setaman. Universitas Halu Oleo tetap jaya sepanjang masa, tetap jaya sepanjang masa. Benar mandiri dalam kesejawatan, dan majulah alma materku, ibarat bunga mekar setaman. Universitas Halu Oleo tetap jaya sepanjang masa, tetap jaya sepanjang masa.
Allahumma malikal mulki tu'ti mulka man tasha وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير. Allah, the Almighty God, we will empower you wherever you face. We will empower from wherever you choose. We honor those you favor. We handle those you desire. Therefore, we seek assistance only from you. Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. This morning, we gathered here in order to conduct the 10th Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security 2023. This is a form of our effort to promote sustainable agriculture and prosperity for the farmers. Therefore, guide and facilitate in the implementation of this activity. Allah, the most forgiving, forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, the sins of our teachers, and the sins of our leaders, but therefore active alive, and those who have put to you, grant our prayer and request. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إثرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Your Excellency and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will invite the Chairman of Hijau 2023 to deliver introductory remarks.
Oleh Dr. RH Fitri Faradila, kepada Ibu kami persilakan dengan hormat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo, Profesor Muhammad Zamrun Firihu, SSI, MSI, MSc. The Honorable Head of the National Food Agency of Indonesia, represented by the Deputy of Food and Nutrition Insecurity, Dr. Andes Nyoto Suwiknyo, MM. The Honorable Vice Rectors, Head of Institutions, Head of the Advisory Council, Deans, and Head of the Professor Council of Universitas Halu Oleo. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Halu Oleo, Professor Marsuki Iswandi, our invited speakers, and all attendees. With great delight, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 3rd Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security, or HICAFS, in 2023. As the chair of the organizing committee, I am delighted to introduce this prestigious event, which promises to be a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration in the field of agriculture and food security. This year, we have chosen the theme Regenerative Agriculture and Sustainable Post-Harvest Technologies Towards Global Circular Economy, for HICAFS 2023. This theme encapsulates the pressing issues facing our planet today and reflects our commitment to addressing them through cutting-edge research and sustainable solutions. Regenerative agriculture that focus on revitalizing ecosystems, enhancing our soil health, and reducing environmental impact is a vital cornerstone in our quest for a more sustainable future. Likewise, sustainable post-harvest technologies play a crucial role in ensuring food security by minimizing waste and losses, thereby contributing for the global circular economy. HiCaps 2023 will serve as a platform for researchers, academics, industry professionals, and policymakers to engage in meaningful discussion, exchange ideas, and forge global collaborations. Our commitment to inclusivity is reflected in the hybrid nature of this conference, which offers both online and offline participation options. This year, we also introduced a student competition in the forms of papers, oral, and poster presentations to give extra incentives for the students' participation. The Faculty of Agriculture at Universitas Halu Oleo takes great pride in hosting this international conference in the beautiful city of Kendari, Southeast Sulawesi. This region's unique blend of culture, biodiversity, and agricultural heritage serves as a fitting backdrop for our discussions on sustainability and resilience. As we gather today, I encourage all participants to actively engage in the conference, share your knowledge and experiences, and collectively work towards solutions that will shape a more sustainable and secure future for agriculture and food systems worldwide. Particularly for our students who present their research in scientific papers, oral or poster presentation, this conference is an opportunity to learn more about your research field, develop your communication skills, and build a network which will be beneficial for your careers. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, speakers, organizing committee, sponsors, and all those who have contributed to making HiCaps 2023 a reality. Together, we have the power to effect positive change and lead the way toward a global circular economy. Thank you for your participation. I look forward to fruitful deliberation and lasting collaborations during this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Chairman HiCaps 2023. Now we are going to have a welcome speech for the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Halu Oleo.
Oleh Profesor Dr. Insinyur Marsuki Iswandi. Kepada Bapak kami persilakan dengan hormat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Excellency Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo, Profesor Muhammad Zamrun Firihu, SSI, MSI, MSc, the Honorable Head of Indonesian Natural Food Agency, represented by the Deputy of Food and Nutrition and Security, Bapak Dr. Nyoto Swigno MM, sudah bergabung mungkin, selamat datang. Ya, di online ya, online baik. The Honorable Invited Speakers yang kami hormati, Bapak Ketua Dewan Pertimbangan, Wakil Rektor 3, Kepala Badan di lingkup WHO dan lembaga, ya, para dekan atau yang mewakili, dan Ketua Dewan Guru Besar mungkin hadir ya, kami undang juga kebetulan dari Fakultas Pertanian, and distinguished presenters and all participants. Assalamualaikum, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah kita panjatkan karena berkat rahmat dan karunia-Nya kita diberikan kesehatan dan keluangan waktu untuk bersama-sama di sini dalam kaitannya dengan pelaksanaan seminar internasional di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Halu Oleo. Dan untuk bagi yang Muslim, salam dan taslim senantiasa kita curahkan kepada junjungan kita Rasulullah SAW. The third HiCaps 2023 is a continuation of the second HICAPS held in 2021. Yeah. This conference is also part of the commemoration series in the 42 anniversary of Universitas Halu Oleo and 42 anniversary of the Agriculture Faculty of Universitas Halu Oleo. We want to thank the Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo for supporting this international conference. This conference theme is Regenerative Agriculture and Sustainable Post-Harvest Technologies toward Global Circular Economy. Embodies our collective commitment to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Agriculture at the nexus of the environment, economy, and society plays a crucial role in shaping our future. It is in this spirit that we have assembled an illustrious gathering of researchers, scholars, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds to explore. This experience is also expected to explore innovation solution and force meaningful collaboration. This conference is also expected to increase the number of scientific publications, especially from the UHO faculty members, besides giving experience to students to write articles, presentations, and make posters. Yeah. As the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Halu Oleo, I can welcome keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants at the third Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture of Food Security, HICAF 2023. I hope this seminar will run smoothly until the end. Furthermore, we respectfully request the willingness of the Rector Universitas Halu Oleo to open this conference and deliver the material as a keynote speaker. Finally, I would like to thank the committee who have prepared and organized this conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you very much for Professor Marsuki Iswandi for welcoming speech. The Excellency and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to kindly invite the Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo to officially open our international conference and to deliver the first keynote speech.
Sambutan oleh Rektor Universitas Halu Oleo dan membawakan materi sebagai pembicara pertama sekaligus membuka secara resmi Seminar Internasional HICAPS 2023 oleh Profesor Dr. Muhammad Zamrun Firhu, SSI, MSc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very warm good morning to all of you. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. First, I will give my speech in Indonesia, and sometimes I will give my speech in English because our participant also is mixed from outside of Indonesia and also from around Indonesia. So I will mix my speech in Indonesia as well as in English. Puji syukur tentu saja mari kita selalu sampaikan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas berkat rahmat dan karunia-Nya kepada kita semua sehingga pada pagi hari ini kita bisa sama-sama kumpul di sini to attend the third Hijau 2023 Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security 2023. Semoga kita semua tetap sehat. Salawat dan salam tentu saja mari kita selalu curahkan kepada seluruh rasul-rasul utusan Allah, terkhusus kepada kita yang muslim, kepada baginda Rasul Muhammad SAW, keluarganya, sahabat-sahabatnya, dan para pengikutnya, khususnya kita semuanya. Honorable keynote speaker from National Food Agency, represented by the Deputy of Food and Nutrition Security, Mr. Dr. Nyoto Suyitno, and also honorable invited speaker from USA and also from Universitas Lampung, Indonesia, Mrs. Bella Mahfud and Luca Ilagua, and invited speaker Dr. Maria Lopelace Johnson and Prof. Priti Krishna. All the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Tentu saja acara pada hari ini adalah kelanjutan dua series sebelumnya, ya. The first Hijau 2021, second 2022, and the third 2023. So this will be continue maybe from next year, and I don't know. Tapi kita usahakan kalau bisa seminar-seminar seperti ini bisa terus berlanjut. Tentu saja kita harapkan, ya, sebenarnya kita berharap seminar tahun ini karena COVID sudah hilang, ya, COVID-19 almost finished. We do hope actually the seminar will be held full luring. Sebenarnya pengennya seperti itu, tapi mungkin karena satu dan lain hal kita belum bisa kerjakan. Mudah-mudahan the next year we can meet together in Kendari. As the chair speak, the Kendari is a beautiful city, of course. You can enjoy Kendari, the food, the landscape, the culture, and everything if you visit Kendari. I do hope next year we will meet again. Jadi tentu saja memang pertanian dan ketahanan pangan ini memang menjadi isu nasional, jadi menjadi salah satu prioritas nasional yang harus dijaga dan dikembangkan gitu. Makanya ya kita berharap sebenarnya penelitian-penelitian di bidang itu bisa sangat banyak. Dan kita berharap juga animo mahasiswa harusnya juga banyak. Cuma sayangnya nggak tahu kurangnya di mana gitu. Jadi animo mahasiswa tidak terlalu banyak untuk di situ gitu. Malah perginya lebih banyak ke engineering, kemudian health sciences, ya, medicine, pharmacy, public health, information technology. Because graduated from high school, they only want to continue their study to that kind of field. Mungkin kita harus lebih banyak lagi bersosialisasi kepada anak-anak kita dari SMA. Saya sih sebenarnya tidak terlalu banyak ngomong karena tadi all about this conference has been information about this conference has been given by the chair of this conference. So I just want to say thank you to the organizing committee, to the Faculty of Agriculture of Halu Oleo University, all the participants and presenter and invited speaker. Without you, of course, this conference cannot be held. Thank you very much, and also congratulations to the Faculty of Agriculture. Of course, even this conference held by using the information technology by Zoom, but I believe that the communication, the contribution of this conference will be very useful for to achieve the food security in Indonesia, especially in Southeast Sulawesi. And I do hope, of course, with this conference, the discussion, the collaboration between all the researchers from all around Indonesia as well as all around the world can be still doing by especially the lecturer of Halu Oleo University. Jadi kita berharap mudah-mudahan dengan konferensi ini walaupun dilakukan secara daring, tapi tentu saja manfaatnya pasti akan sangat besar. Selamat buat semuanya. Terima kasih ya atas kontribusi dan juga kerjasama semua panitia, terutama yang sudah membuat acara ini bisa berlangsung. Ya, panitia, peserta, pembicara, ya pembicara kunci dan pembicara tamu. Ya, tanpa itu semua tentu saja acara pada hari ini tidak bisa berlangsung dengan baik. Thank you, congratulations to all of us. Mari kita bersama-sama bersatu padu untuk memajukan, untuk menjaga ketahanan pangan di Sulawesi Tenggara, khususnya di negara kita, Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia secara umum. Saya kira itu saja yang ingin saya sampaikan dengan ucapan langsung kita resmikan aja ya. Ya, dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The third Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security is officially open. Saya ini ya, pukul ya, nggak usah ya. Oh, pukul ya. Oh ya, oke. Gimana? Di sini apa saya harus turun? Di sini aja ya. Kita langsung mulai aja. Oke, terima kasih. So thank you very much. So this time I will give my presentation. It's a little bit about the Halu Oleo University, what we have done about the research and also the community service, especially in field of agriculture and food security in Southeast Sulawesi, Indonesia. Jadi pada hari ini saya coba memberikan sedikit gambaran tentang Universitas Halu Oleo dan apa yang sudah kami kerjakan, bagaimana menjaga dan mengembangkan pertanian dan ketahanan pangan di Sulawesi Tenggara dalam bidang penelitian tentu saja dan juga pengabdian kepada masyarakat, dan juga tentu saja ya jadi di bidang pendidikan, penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat berkaitan dengan tema tentang ini untuk menjaga ketahanan pangan di Sulawesi Tenggara. Oke, on behalf of Halu Oleo University, of course, I'm very welcoming you, all of you, to this conference. Halu Oleo University, mana? Terus lanjut lagi. Okay, Halu Oleo University is located in the city of Kendari, the capital city of Southeast Sulawesi Province, located in the left foot of Sulawesi Island. So it's you can take the flight from Jakarta direct to Kendari with around 2.5 hours, or you can take longer time if you transit in Makassar. So it is maybe around 3 or 4 hours. Take the flight from Jakarta to Kendari, of course. Halu Oleo University is established officially 14 August 1981, but officially the statute is signed by the Director of Higher Education at the time at 19 August 1981. So it means this year's Halu Oleo University has celebrated the 42 years of Halu Oleo University. So the Dies Natalis of Halu University, the 42. At the beginning, Halu Oleo University consists only 4 faculties. Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Economy, Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, and Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. At the beginning, 1981, just only 4 faculties. But now, Halu Oleo University consists of 14 faculties and 1 postgraduate program. When the student body now is around 40,000. It's a huge number of students in Halu Oleo University with 111 study program. It's a lot number, of course. Jadi memang kalau pada awalnya itu waktu berdiri tahun 81, nah kalau Pak Andi kan angkatan 82 ya. 83 ya. 83. Jadi berdiri tahun 81 itu cuma 4 fakultas. Prodinya pun ya kalau nggak salah nggak nyampe 20 itu, malah mungkin nggak sampai 10 barangkali, karena ekonomi 1, sosial, fisip 1, FKIP 4 kalau nggak salah gitu. Jadi pada awalnya gitu, tapi dengan perkembangannya sekarang sudah menjadi 15 fakultas, 14 fakultas, 1 program pasca sarjana. So the total number of students is 40,000 students with the lectures around, ini bukan lecture itu bukan 1,500 but it's almost 2,000. Yeah, the lecture is almost 2,000 and then the staff is around 700. And of course, we still try to do with our best to make this university is a good university in Indonesia, as well as in ASEAN, as well in the world. Halu Oleo University, so because in Southeast Sulawesi, the 74%, the area is water. So our vision is, Halu Oleo University vision is to become the world-class university in management and development of coastal, marine, and rural areas. Jadi memang karena dianukan visi ini bukan semata-mata karena apa, tapi karena memang disesuaikan dengan kondisi geografis kita. 74% kalau lihat itu semuanya kita laut. Satu kabupaten yang tidak punya laut itu cuma Kolaka Timur. Coba cek di Pulau Sulawesi Tenggara yang 17 kabupaten kota, yang tidak punya laut itu cuma Kolaka Timur. Semuanya berbatasan dengan laut. Makanya, so in Southeast Sulawesi we have 17 regency. Just only one regency didn't have a sea. All the other regency have a sea. Makanya, by considering this fact, Halu Oleo University proclaimed the vision of Halu Oleo University as to develop the rural area. And of course, related to the next slide, related to this conference, and of course, in Halu Oleo University, we have actually 4 main faculty with the research, education, and community service concerning with the theme of this conference. Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Husbandry, Faculty of Forestry and Environmental Science, and Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. But at the beginning, of course, the 3 faculty is included in the Faculty of Agriculture. Ya, walaupun sebenarnya memang ini semua awalnya ya Fakultas Pertanian, cuma dipecah aja lahir fakultas baru gitu. Jadi artinya apa? Walaupun dengan of course, this is the main faculties with the education, research, and community service concerning with the theme of this conference. But also, the other faculty support this kind of research. Jadi ini fakultas utamanya, tapi kan fakultas yang lain tetap juga ada kontribusi di dalamnya untuk mendukung kegiatan-kegiatan yang berkaitan dengan itu. So, next. And of course, to develop our university, we have to make communication, we have to collaborate, we have to make a partnership with other university in Indonesia as well as in all around the world. Jadi kita berusaha tentu saja tetap bekerja sama. Universitas itu tidak bisa maju sendiri, orang itu nggak bisa maju sendiri, jadi kita tetap harus berteman ya, dengan siapa saja. Itu yang paling gampang gitu. So in Indonesia, of course, Halu Oleo University has many friends with all university around university all around Indonesia as well as all around the world, from America to Australia, from America, Asia, Europe, and Australia, and of course in Africa. Last week, I went to Turkey, and we signed the memorandum of understanding with 2 universities in Turkey, and we do hope this kind of collaboration will be contribute to the development of our university, especially the staff exchange, student exchange, research collaboration, and joint publication as well. Jadi memang ya kita berusaha ya membuat kerjasama sebanyak-banyaknya lah. Kita tidak usah bersaing dengan UGM, kita tidak usah bersaing dengan ITB, kita tidak usah bersaing dengan UI. Susah. Mereka udah maju, kita berteman aja. Ya kan? Kita berteman aja. Ya sama saja kan PSK melawan Barcelona. Wah, itu susah itu. Mending kita belajar aja sama Barcelona gitu. Bagaimana caranya berbuat bermain sepak bola yang baik. Seperti itu. Okay, so the theme of the Halu Oleo International Conference of Agriculture and Food Security 2023 with the theme Regenerative of Agriculture and Sustainable Post-Harvest Technology towards Global Circular Economy. Jadi, at the end sebenarnya, jadi pada akhirnya itu ujung-ujungnya, what we do to make the economic in Indonesia is good. It's become good and more good than before. Jadi kan semua yang kita lakukan ujung-ujungnya yang membuat bagaimana perekonomian kita bagus. Ya, teknologi yang bagus ujung-ujungnya perekonomian. Kemudian pertanian dan ketahanan pangan ujung-ujungnya ekonomi. Pertambangan mineral dan batu bara ujung-ujungnya ekonomi. Seperti itu. Jadi tema pada hari ini saya kira apa yang kita lakukan. Now is the time Now is the time for regenerative agriculture. Because of human activities is impact or cause the soil degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change, water scarcity and pollution, resource depletion, and economic disparities. All these things happen because of us. Jadi semuanya kan karena kita, rusaknya lingkungan dan sebagainya itu kan ya bukan siapa-siapa ya, karena kita semua. All because the human activities. Jadi diperlukan ya wise activity. We have to do the wise activity to make the sustainable of this kind of things. Jadi mari kita sama-sama menjaga ini semua. Tidak kurang-kurang sih sebenarnya seminar. This kind of seminar is not just held in Halu Oleo University, but also I guess in other university in Indonesia and also in other university in all around the world. This kind of seminar talk about the agriculture and food security is not in Halu Oleo University, but in other university in Indonesia and all around the world. Jadi memang kita lakukan itu ya paling tidak muncul pemahaman di kita semuanya bahwa ya ini penting buat kita, harus kita jaga. Kita sudah menikmati sekarang ya dengan keadaan cukup. Ya artinya ya we enjoy the tasted food, but we don't know. Maybe the next 50 years or the next 100 years, our children still can have the food like today. It's a big question. Kita tidak tahu nanti 100 tahun ke depan makanan yang enak sekarang masih ada apa enggak gitu. Ya kan? Tanah yang hijau, tanah yang subur, kemudian hutan yang hijau. Ya kan, padi yang menghampar di mana-mana gitu. Kita nggak tahu 10, 50 tahun atau 100 ke depan masih ada, kita nggak tahu gitu. Makanya ya today is our duty to keep this kind of, to decrease the soil degradation, biodiversity loss, etc. Jadi memang tugas kita untuk apa? Untuk menjaga semua ini gitu. Makanya kan di sini profesornya banyak, doktornya banyak, ya, studentnya banyak. This is our responsibility. Next. And of course, regenerative agriculture is an approach to farming and land management that aim to improve and restore the health of ecosystem. For example, we can do reducing soil disturbance, covering the soil, practice crop diversity, integrated livestock, and also ensuring livelihoods in the soil of all year round. Jadi memang banyak yang bisa kita kerjakan, dan sebenarnya kan yang 5 ini, ya ini sudah pekerjaan sehari-hari. Cuma kadang-kadang hal-hal sederhana, ya hal-hal sederhana kan, misalnya kita menjaga tanah, kan sebenarnya hal sederhana. Uang tanah ada di sekitar kita tiap hari gitu. Jangan cuma percayakan kepada petani saja gitu. Ya kan? Kemudian bagaimana keragaman pertanian dan lain sebagainya. Ya emang tugas kita nanti, dan saya yakin teman-teman di pertanian sudah melakukan ini semuanya. Ya, di samping penelitian juga ada pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Nah, di samping itu kadang-kadang next, Pak. Nah, ini yang jadi problem juga. Kalau kita ke pasar, ya kan, kalau kita ke pasar kan kadang-kadang itu saya tidak tahu, karena kalau di pasar itu banyak sampah, tapi kadang-kadang kalau sayuran atau makanan dan lain-lain sebenarnya masih bisa digunakan gitu. Jadi kadang-kadang kita ada ya semacam, ya kalau istilah kerennya di sini food loss. Ya kan? Ada food loss. Jadi maybe kita berharap untuk menghindari the food loss ini berarti kita harus punya teknologi. Di Indonesia food loss-nya itu sekitar berapa ya? 115 to 184 kg per capita per years. Jadi banyak gitu. Ya kata kasarnya kalau orang bilang di pasar itu sampah gitu. Tapi kan sampah makanan. Ya kan? Contohnya sayur itu loh kan kadang-kadang ibu-ibu penjual sayur itu kan yang ada dipotong buang yang segar. Padahal yang dibuang itu barangkali masih ada nilai ekonominya, masih ada nilai gizinya. Gitu. So the one problem we have to be solved is the sustainable post-harvest technology towards global circular economy. Jadi nilai ekonominya itu masih ada, nilai gizinya masih ada. Tapi harus kita, ya itu nanti yang menjadi tanggung jawab kita lah. Nggak usah jauh-jauh ke pasaran Nuh aja itu. Itu kan ibu-ibu kadang-kadang kan yang bagian yang rusak sedikit, coplok, buang gitu. Padahal mungkin tuh masih ada nilai gizi dan nilai ekonominya. Seperti itu. Next. Nah, masalahnya apa? Lanjut, oke ya. Masalahnya adalah kadang-kadang satu ya kebiasaan buruk kita gitu. Ya, kebiasaan buruk. Kemudian kadang-kadang juga ya belum paham dengan itu. Kemudian yang kedua, penyimpanannya. Storage dari bahan kita sudah punya nggak di pasar atau di mana itu storage untuk sayuran misalnya, kan nggak ada. Ya kan. Kemudian kadang-kadang ya di pasar tradisional kita itu kan standarnya belum ada. Ya kan, satu tempatnya kita mau taruh di mana. Sayur-sayur di pasar itu kan datang kan cedek, taruh di pinggir gitu. Padahal kalau misalnya di tempat lain, kalau di negara lain tuh itu mereka sudah siap dengan tempat yang bagus gitu. Coba pergi, mungkin sewaktu-waktu pemerintah kita itu atau pemerintah kabupaten kota bisa pergi kemana gitu untuk melihat food storage itu yang bagus seperti apa. Di samping yang kemudian berikutnya, kurangnya pengetahuan dari para penjual kita di pasar, ina-ina di pasar itu kan nggak paham itu tentang nilai gizi, tentang kesegaran dan lain sebagainya. Nah tugasnya bapak-bapak barangkali nanti bisa pergi ke mana untuk pengabdian kepada mereka untuk memberitahu ina-ina itu. Siapa yang sering pergi ke pasar, ina-ina gitu. Ya. Dan kadang-kadang pun kita tidak pernah menghitung berapa sih kalori yang kita butuhkan tiap hari. Tidak pernah kita hitung gitu, kita makan kalori tiap hari berapa, nasi kalorinya berapa, ini kalorinya berapa. Padahal kita sudah punya gizi mana? Dari Kesmas ya? Siapa dari Kesmas ini? Nggak datang ya? Itu kan sudah bisa hitung, kita butuh kalori setiap hari sebenarnya berapa sih? Biar tidak kita kegemukan misalnya. Jadi 5 inilah yang kadang-kadang yang harus kita kerjakan, yang harus kita talangi sehingga untuk mengurangi food loss tadi itu. Nah, berikutnya tentu saja apa yang harus kita kerjakan? What should we do? Lanjut. Nah, apa yang harus kita kerjakan? Nah, ini kan sebenarnya sudah di in university research, academic research and community development, community service. Research saya yakin sudah banyak gitu. Ya. di Halu Oleo University sudah banyak ya research about the quality of soil sudah punya kita. Terus research to improve crop growth kita sudah punya. Development of organic fertilizer we also have. We have a lecturer who do this kind of research. Kita sudah punya banyak. Memang kerjanya kita di universitas ya peneliti gitu. Jadi banyak. In Halu Oleo University, of course, we have a research focus and utilization of agriculture waste for higher value products, and then developing appropriate technology to increase the shelf life and quality of foods, and also the research of agribusiness to empower and improve the welfare of the society. This kind of research is still done by our lecturer in Halu Oleo University, and then they are attend in this conference. Jadi banyak yang sudah kita kerjakan, cuma memang banyak yang bisa kita lakukan, dan tentu saja memang setiap tahun kan saya minta kepada semua fakultas untuk bisa menyosialisasikan ini kepada masyarakat. And at the end, lanjut Mas. Our research in laboratory should be applied to the community. So that means from laboratory to the community. This kind of thing has done by our lecturer by doing the community service all around Southeast Sulawesi. Jadi ya, apa yang sudah Bapak kerjakan itu ya saya ceritain ini cuma mengingatkan lagi sih kepada Bapak dan Ibu semuanya bahwa apa yang Bapak lakukan di laboratorium itu harus bisa dipraktekkan dan dirasakan oleh masyarakat di luar sana gitu. So from laboratory to community. Ya silakan, saya kira sudah banyak contohnya. There are so many activity in community services that have done but our lecturer in Halu Oleo University, not only from agriculture faculty. And at the end, of course, together, terakhir Mas, together we can pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future. It means apa yang kita rasakan sekarang, what we have today, we do hope is also have but our children in the future. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, and we would like to Professor Muhammad Zamrun to stay at the podium, as we would like to present the ceremonial gift to you. And to present ceremonial gift, we will kindly invite the Dean of Agriculture Faculty, Professor Marsuki Iswandi. Please, you may please come forward. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, In this point in time, I will kindly invite our second keynote speaker, Head of the National Food Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, who is represented by Deputy Food and Nutrition Insecurity,
Dr. Andes Nyoto Sutnyo, MM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable
Waalaikumsalam.
Professor Muhammad Jamrun Firihu, Rector of Halu Oleo University, Honorable Professor Bustanul Arifin, Lampung University, Indonesia, and Chairman of Perhapi, Honorable Professor Lucia, North California State University, USA, Honorable Professor Priti Krishna, Western Sydney University, Australia, Dr. Maria Lovelace Johnson, Director of Food and Drug Authority, Ghana, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to Halu Oleo University for inviting Chief of National Food Agency as the keynote speaker of the Halu Oleo International Conference on Agriculture and Food Security, HICAPS 2023. It is an honor for me to attend this meeting representing the Chief of NFA in delivering his keynote remarks in this opening session. This topic is very relevant today considering that global threat has caused food crisis effect in several countries led by geopolitical conflict, climate change, and disruption in food supply chain. This factor creates further multiplier effect consists of food crisis, and financial crisis. To mitigate and anticipate the food crisis according to the Constitution number 18 year 2012 is to strengthen the national food security based on food sovereignty and resiliency. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate President Joko Widodo's statement at the opening the 42 ASEAN Summit. At this moment, we all know that the world is not okay. Rivalries between major powers continue to sharpen. The global economic situation has not fully recovered post-pandemic. How must ASEAN respond to it? The Global Food Security Index atau KFSI scores show a country food security. Indonesia in 2022 ranked 63 out of 113 countries, up 6 ranking compared to 2021 with a score of 60.2. The most significant increase was in the aspect of the sustainability, but decrease in the aspect of availability. Indonesia strongly supports the global effort in transforming food system. The enactment of a food law number 18 year 2022, followed by the issuance of presidential regulation number 66 year 2021 regarding the National Food Agency. The establishment of NFA has strengthened the effort of policy formulation and coordination to transform national food system, including in maintenance food availability, food stability, addressing food and nutrition vulnerability, as well as dietary diversification and food safety. In policy formulation, the Indonesia government also utilized cross-sectoral collaboration involving government, academic, media, community, and private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Indonesia became the host of ASEAN 2023 and initiated the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on strengthening food security and nutrition in response to crisis. The main concept of the ASEAN Leaders Declaration is to strengthen food security in ASEAN during emergency situation through integration between aspects of food production, supply chain, and logistics, so that if there are shocks that occur in the future, food availability in ASEAN will still remain secure, including also the importance of food rescue and its distribution for poor people. Furthermore, National Food Agency, as the national focal point for ASEAN Food Security Reserve Board atau AFSRB, also contributed on the development of ASEAN food security. Indonesia actively contributed in strengthening the food reserve through ASEAN +3, the emergency rice reserve atau ACR, by providing 12,000 metric ton of rice stock, which is ready to be distributed whenever other countries need. ASEAN already has the ASEAN Integrated Food Security Framework, IFS, and Strategic Plan of Action on Food Security, SPAFS, 2021 and 2025, as a guide for sectoral agency and ASEAN member country in strengthening food security in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, food loss and waste is one of the biggest challenges in the current food system. Based on Food Agricultural Organization, one-third of total food production, 1.3 billion, is lost or waste every year. Based on the Food Waste Index Report 2021 from the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, around 13% of total global food production experience shrinkage food loss, and 17% of food is waste due to wasteful for behavior atau food waste. The chief of the National Food Agency at the leadership dialogue in the United Nations Food System Summit, UNFSS, stock-taking UNFSS stock-taking movement forum in Rome, Italy on 26 July 2023, emphasized that it is very important for the country to prevent and reduce food loss and food waste. Therefore, we need global collaboration in reducing food loss and waste, with its impact on food security and nutrition. As one of the government commitment and presenter in effort to prevent food waste, in 2022, the National Food Agency has initiated the Safe Food movement in an effort to prevent and reduce excess food that has the potential to be food waste. Through the Safe Food movement, excess food can be used to help support effort to reuse food and nutrition insecurity in Indonesia. So the hashtag we are promoting together in zero waste and hunger. The movement based on the work frame and the enabling synergy and collaboration to tackle food waste through public-private partnership. In this movement, we are using twin-track approach. One, atau first, to prevent food waste through intensive socialization and promotion, and secondly, facilitate the distribution and access food to communities in need. Therefore, in the work frame, we have three main pillars, consist of food donor, food bank, atau food rescue, atau or food rescue, actor, and beneficiary. The synergy involves commitment and collaboration with various partners ranging from government, including central and local government, academician, business sector, community, and media. This was also established through the signing of a collaboration between the NFA and 9 partners, namely 6 associations in retail, hospital, restaurant, catering, food industry, and shopping center, namely Hipindo, Aprindo, PHRI, APJI, GAMI, APPI, and their NGO that serve as a food bank atau food rescue or as Food Bank of Indonesia, Food Cycle Indonesia, and Surplus Indonesia. Furthermore, the cooperation between the Deputy of Food and Nutrition Insecurity of the NFA with National Women Empowerment Movement Team, KENO as Team Penggerak PKK, has also been signed to have wider impact. Since the end of 2022, the National Food Agency has facilitated food logistics and food truck. They are used in picking up and distributing excess food donation from food donor along with food bank or NGO, as well as a means of socialization to the wider community. Piloting activities are focused on the Jabodetabek, Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, Bekasi area, and around Banten. The mechanism in connecting through the Stop Boros Pangan platform can be accessed through sbp.badanpangan.go.id. Since its launch on December 2022, the use of food logistics with H+ has saved the equivalent of 4.6 tons of food to be distributed to people in need. In 2023, food rescue or Gerakan Selamatkan Pangan will be expanded, especially in 12 provinces, as well as other provinces and regions at the city that have voluntarily initiated food-based prevention movement. Moreover, the National Food Agency also campaigned the movement called wise shopping or belanja bijak, aimed to educate people to purchase food in accordance with current household needs and do not panic buying. This campaign is also relevant to maintaining the supply of food accordingly and prevent sudden shortage of food in the current challenge caused by El Nino. Ladies and gentlemen, as the closing remark, I sincerely wish the meeting would have fruitful result. The come up with significant contribution and recommendation to effort in strengthening food security in the region. Finally, I hope that we could continue to work together and come up with effective collaboration ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speech. And as our appreciation, we would like to present a certificate symbolically.
Ini foto-foto. Di foto ini.
Now, we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Andi Baharun to be a moderator of plenary session 1.
Selanjutnya kami undang Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Andi Baharun sebagai moderator pada sesi plenary pertama. Kepada Bapak kami persilahkan dengan hormat.
Yang mati nih. Itu setengah mati begini. Jaringan apa? Jaringan? Jaringan, tolong jaringannya dulu. Jaringan. Kursi agak tinggi. Kursi pendek. Jaringan. Oh, itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. My Excellency, Rectors of Halu University, My Excellency, Dr. Nyoto Sugno, Deputy of Food Vulnerable and Nutrition National Food Agency. Selamat pagi, Pak. Distinguished all invite speaker, distinguished guests, participant, ladies and gentlemen, especially our student as our goal of generation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity for me to moderate in this event. There is no life without agriculture. There is no prosperity without agriculture. So we are very enjoying this important event. As we know, the FAO Food Agriculture Organization has predicted in 2050, the global population reached 9.1 billion. Fruit production must be increased by 70% from current condition. And of course, in developing countries, food production must be increased double from the existing production. We also realize we have challenges in the agriculture sector, namely, as I mentioned the keynote speaker this morning, food security, climate change, water scarcity, energy demand, of course, demographic, exploitation of natural resources, and food waste, as I mentioned in the speaker this morning. Of course, we have done a lot, but there are still many problems and issues that we need to discuss regarding regenerative agriculture and sustainable post-harvest technology towards global circular economy, and answer various important questions, and of course, to find the best solution. I'm sure in this parallelization will come up more questions we get it, and also more solution and more information we get it. An example, how can diverse national food and land use priorities be reconciled with global sustainable targets? There is an urgent need for the countries to transition their national food and land use system toward food and nutritional security, climate stability, and environmental integrity. Therefore, the big questions need an answer. Hopefully, we can get an answer, also information from the invited speaker. How can countries satisfy the demands while jointly delivering and require transformative change to achieve global sustainability targets? As I'm a chair this morning, as our agenda, we now will do parallelization. In this parallelization, we have invited 3 great speakers from different countries who will talk about topics related to regenerative agriculture, a sustainable post-harvest technology toward global circular economy.
for HICAFS 2023. As mentioned by the chair organizing committee this morning, the theme of this event encapsulates the pressing issue facing our planet today and reflects our commitment to addressing them through cutting-edge research and sustainable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome the speakers, especially our invited speaker this morning, I will briefly introduce the profile, but we hopefully our invited speaker will show up during this international conference. Good morning, Mr. Miss Maria Aba Lace Johnson. Good morning. Maria Aba. Good morning.
Hello.
Oh, good afternoon, Maria Aba.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Please,
How are
can
you this
hear
morning?
me?
You there?
Good morning, actually. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Can you hear me, please?
Okay, good morning. Nice to meet you. Maria
Nice
Aba,
meeting you too.
as the Director of Arts Authority, had experience, Director of Directorate Food and Drugs Authority of Ghana, and her education, University of Reading University, Master of Science, Food Security and Quality Assurance, Master Degree Governmental Leadership, also Bachelor of Science, Biological Science, Ghana Institute, Language, and Proficiency Certificate, French Language, and all literatures. Welcome and join. We hope to present you people later on. And the next, our invited speaker, Professor Gustavo Arifin. Good afternoon or good evening, Prof.
Good morning, Kendari. Thank you very much, Professor Andi Bahrun.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Good evening, USA.
Thank you.
Night time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gustavo Arifin, Education PhD, Resource Economy, the Nelson Institute, University of Wisconsin, Madison, USA, 1995. An academic career, Professor of Agriculture Economics, University of Lampung, Indonesia, Professor Fellow, Schools and Business at Bogor Agricultural University, and also Senior Economist Institute for Development of Economy and Finance in Jakarta. And also his professional experience, the President, Asian Society of Agricultural Economics, President, Indonesian Society for Agricultural Economy, also during 2021 until now. Also Chairman, National Commission for Agriculture Extension. Selamat pagi, selamat malam di sana dan selamat pagi, selamat bergabung, Prof.
Siap, siap. Insyaallah.
And the next invite speaker, Miss Bella Mahfud. Good evening, good morning, Bella.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
How are you?
I'm good, very good. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Okay. What time is there?
Say again.
What times? Here in Indonesia or?
I'm in Jakarta right now, so it's still morning.
Only different one hour. Yeah. Miss Bella, Managing Director of Batavia Petrochemical, and also co-founders of Star Plus, and her experience, Managing Director of PT Batavia Petrochemical, Managing Director PT Balagia Fokus at Petma Plus, Chief Financial Officer PT Budaya Karna Nusantara, and also she is Economic Analyst Central Bank of Indonesia. And her education, University of Cambridge, Master of Philosophy, Business Management Marketing Related Sport, University of St. Andrew, Master of Science, Finance and Financial Management Service, Coventry University London, Bachelor of Art, Global Business Management. I think our invite speaker already introduced. So I want to ask Maria, it's possible for you in person first. Hello, Maria. Maria.
Hello. Good morning.
Possible for
Good
you
morning.
in person.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Okay. Okay. I invite
Good morning.
Maria to give a talk first, and I give you time
Good morning.
about 20 for your presentation. Time is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to everyone. All protocols observed. I am presenting slide shared. Can I have my slide shared, please?
Share.
Hello.
Wait a moment.
Please, can I have my slides shared?
Okay.
Or do I share my copy? Okay, thank you. So, all protocols observed. Good morning once again. I'm presenting on the sustainable food processing, the perspective of the regulator. Next, please. Next, please. So the outline of the presentation is as follows. The introduction, I'm going to talk about food-related sustainable development goals, regulating the environment, management of waste generation, energy efficiency, water conservation, raw material sourcing in a sustainable manner, safety and quality standards, personal welfare and fair trade, traceability and labeling, research, accountability through reporting, development of new food processing techniques. And we have the conclusion. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. Later, plays a critical is the previous. The regulator plays a critical role in driving the needed change required for a sustainable food system and a circular economy. Building sustainable food systems has become a predominating endeavor aiming to direct our food systems and policies towards better agricultural welfare. From the regulatory perspective, sustainable food processing spans across 10 key elements, and we'll be talking about the 10 key elements shortly. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so there are three major related to food specifically. Others talking about ending hunger, achieving food security, and improving nutrition and promoting sustainable agriculture. This is specifically on agriculture and food. And then we have goal 3, talking about ensuring healthy lives and promoting the well-being for all at all ages. And it takes safe food to get the well-being for all at all ages. Without sustainable agriculture, this cannot happen. And then ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. This is also food related. Water is food. On food, water is needed for a viable agriculture. So these three are very important when it comes to food and agriculture. Next slide. Next slide on regulating the environment. We have strict environmental regulations on food processing companies that are usually imposed by governments and regulatory bodies to reduce their carbon footprint and overall environmental impacts. Also, there are restrictions on greenhouse gases, exhaust gases, emission requirements, use and handling of hazardous chemicals or gases, water usage, and waste management. These are but a few examples. And these regulations all aim at achieving the sustainable development goals. Next slide. Next. Management of waste generation is the need to reduce waste during food processing and safe disposal of waste generated. So the regulator emphasizes that. And for the regulator, evidence of waste management systems is often required as part of the regulatory assessment. So demand of the waste are all assessed to see if the waste is effectively and efficiently managed. These management systems could sometimes include composting, recycling, or converting the waste impacts. Minimize the environmental impact. Next slide of energy efficiency. Energy efficiency. The regulator sets energy efficiency standards geared at encouraging food processing companies to adopt energy-saving technologies and practices So even the machines that are used in food processing have to be energy saving. By so doing, we have sustained agriculture. We have sustainable food processing. So even machines have to be energy saving, and all technologies have to be energy saving. Next slide. Energy saving on water conservation. For water conservation, the regulator encourages processing. So in food processing, there are many things that go into play to ensure that minimal water is used. Water is not destroyed. So even when we talk about pasteurization and sterilization, the same water goes around and around for so many times. It gets heated, it gets cooled, and it's the same water, so that water is not wasted. And all these help in sustainable food processing. So we go to the next one, that is the raw material sourcing in a sustainable manner. The regulator specifies the need for sourcing of raw materials that meet documented specifications. So these raw materials have to be such that the food processing will be sustainable. So processors are required to keep an updated list of all suppliers and their records of assessment. The assessment of the ability of the supplier to operate and supply in a sustainable manner is a requirement. About the safety and quality standards. So the safety and quality standards, after we talk about the raw material, safety and is on the next slide, please. Safety and quality standards. Hello, can we have safety and quality standards, please? Okay. Regulator ensures safety and quality of food processing practices by setting standards for the foods. So all of these is towards a sustainable food processing. And the regulator has guidelines for operations such as the infrastructure, utility, and equipment requirements. As I earlier indicated, and all of that, utility as well. And then even when it gets to safety and quality standards, they have to ensure that the food is safe. The food processed is safe. The processing strict standards. Approval of sustainable processing and improved food delivery has also seen the input of regulators. The regulator ensures such packaging, storage, and distribution systems. So even with food, there are certain times that there are some that may not be biodegradable, but then most of the time we do try to get it into biodegradable ones for the environment to be safe. Then stringent food safety regulations and standard requirements help maintain sustainable environment. The next slide on personal welfare and fair trade. Sustainable food processing regulations ensure fair trade practices. Yes, we do ensure that the same thing is being practiced across board. If it gets into a country, yes, across board. If it's even global, that has various wings or various arms that ensure that food is safe and of good quality, and also there are fair trade practices. Codex Alimentarius Commission is a health organization, both United Nations organizations that control food. So Codex Alimentarius is more like the food code, and it ensures fair trade practices across the globe. And it also ensures harmonization of the various regulations across the world. So we have safe work environment in the food industry is also ensured. So example, the workload should commensurate with the number of staff. Even the number of toilet facilities should commensurate with the number of staff, and they should have protective equipment, that's personal protective equipment, PPEs, should be worn whenever it is required. The next slide on traceability and labeling. For sustainable food processing, we have regulation that require food processors to institute traceability systems. Traceability systems are such that you know where the various ingredients that go into the products are coming from. So if there is any food safety alert or a food safety problem, we can throw it's just a tracing and tracking system. So every food product that is processed has all its ingredients being traced or tracked, so that when there is an issue, we can easily get to the source of the problem or know at which point anything happened that caused the food to be unsafe or of poor quality. So the standard operating procedures, work instructions, record systems to ensure traceability in the supply chain on the origin and production practices of food products. We also have clear labeling of products to help consumers make informed choices or informed decisions, especially with the increasing demand for sustainability by consumers. And you remember this SDG talks about healthy lives, nutritious foods, and all of that. So if we and how much carbohydrates you are taking, how much proteins and everything else you are taking, so that you can make an informed decision before you purchase or consume the food. The next slide on research. Regulators or regulatory bodies offer opportunities for research and development of sustainable food processing technologies and practices. So we're always looking at how best we can have sustainable food processing. So at the end of the day, we should get what is best. So regulators are always researching, always looking at how to get sustainable food processing technologies and practices. And this can be seen by how everything else is revolving. If you look at how even wherever you are, how it started and how it is now, then you should know that a lot of research and development has gone into what we have today in the food processing world. This supports, drives innovation and speeds up the adoption of sustainable solutions in the food industry. So this is one major role of the regulator. And again, the regulator ensures innovation of new food processing systems that provide safe and quality food. As we are looking at how sustainable it will be, you also do not lose the core mandate of ensuring the protection of public health and safety. Can we get to the next slide, please, on accountability through reporting? Regulators ensure that processors commit to sustainable food processing systems by reporting regularly. So the reports are very important. You report regularly and you know that you are committed to it. Because if you are not committed to it, you will not be able to report regularly. So we have an example where manufacturers are required to keep systems that assure responsible sourcing of raw materials. And again, for emphasis, responsible sourcing of raw materials. Then we monitor environmental impacts of processes, as well as treat and keep data on waste generated through the processes. If all these processes are recorded and monitored, then the right thing is always going to be done. Reports of these activities are reviewed to ensure compliance with relevant regulations and their commitment to sustainable practices. The emphasis once again is on sustainable or sustainability. Regulator, when it comes to development of new food processing techniques, the regulator ensures safety standards and guidelines are strictly adhered to. Regulator evaluates the potential risk associated with the process and provides opinions that drive the improvement of the process. The regulator evaluates scientific evidence that supports new technologies. And again, the regulator inspects to ascertain the compliance of the innovation. Is very important. An assessment is carried out on new food processing innovations to identify potential hazards and collaborate with industry in the development of new technologies. And after all is said and done, the regulator grants marketing authorization of products manufactured from new processes. In conclusion, the discussion so far points to several inputs from the regulator to school. From all that have been said, we can safely say that the role of the regulator in sustainable food processing cannot be overemphasized. Indeed, the regulator has achieved immense progress in sustainable food processing and the circular economy. Thank you. Thank you very much. The rest are just references.
Thank you, Maria, for your nice presentation. And now we move on to the next presentation. Professor Bustanul Arifin will give a talk in sustainability, certification, and global environmental governance, lesson from coffee agroforestry system in Sumatera, Indonesia. Time is yours. Prof.
Thank you, Professor Andi Bahrun. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Professor Zamrun, Professor Swandi, I enjoyed the presentation by Dr. Maria Lovelace Johnson. Thank you very much. The perspective. Today, I would like to have a different views of today's conference and hiccups. Thank you again once more time to the organizing committee who invited me to come to this conference. I'm sorry I cannot physically come to Kendari, but believe me, my heart is with Kendari. Don't worry. Okay. If I may share the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, again, as mentioned earlier, I'm going to be more specific in share with you my experience on sustainability certification and global environmental governance to support this current theme of the conference. Please remind me if I have offered the time. I'm trying to be precise. I'm trying to be on time. At least I have 4 themes that I'm going to share. First, I'm going to share with you about the Indonesian coffee economy, which are mostly small scale, you can imagine. Then trying to explain about the sustainability certification by itself, especially both theoretical and empirical experience. Then I would like to share my study. My study is on partnership. Okay, if you want to have sustainability certification, you have to have partnership. Partnership between whom? Between small scale and large scale. Between our producer in the southern countries, in the south, especially Indonesia, with the northern countries, which are here serving as consumer of our coffee. This study mostly agriculture economic study. I will show you numbers and formula, of course. Then I have the concern because of we adopting the certification, the transaction cost has increased. This is my empirical studies. I have later I want to have some input from you. What happened in your own region if you adopting certification before concluding with the governance of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to very brief review about Indonesia for those of you coming from other countries. Professor Dr. Lovelace Johnson and everybody, Dr. Julian also from here from Western Australia, from Northern Carolina. This is Indonesia. We have 278 million. Our population growth is 1%. TFR is total fertility rate is 2.0%. Our GDP per capita is almost 35,000 US dollar. It means we are lower middle income. Soon we should be upper middle income. The growth not bad at all, 5.31. Inflation 4.20. Unemployment rate is 3.550% among the total 137. And poverty rate still high, but already decreasing compared during the pandemic. The majority of Indonesia is forest land. At least the status is forest land, and agricultural land 31%. In the table, I show you the sectoral transformation. I'm not going to go to that table, but you can see the declining role of agriculture in the economy, both in GDP and in employment share. Today, agriculture share is less than 14%. Industry or manufacture 26%, services 60%, share of employment is less than 30%. Okay. Now I'm going to share about the coffee economy. We are number 4th largest coffee producer after Brazil, Vietnam, Colombia, but second in terms of Robusta producer after Vietnam. Okay, Robusta mostly produced from southern Sumatra. Please come to Lampung to see Robusta. Robusta is real coffee. The body of the coffee is Robusta. This picture I took it myself. This is the smallholder coffee in Lampung. Behind me, there's a picture of Starbucks bags over there. So Sumatran coffee also shipped directly to the US. Indonesian smallholder coffee, how small? Between 1 or 2 hectares. It's very small, 95% of us, okay? This is the regional production centers of coffee, mostly in Sumatra, Java, Sulawesi, not in Kalimantan. There are some small coffee in Kalimantan. This in NTT, provinces and Papua. I haven't written Papua here. but the total of Indonesian coffee I mentioned earlier is about 800 pounds, 800,000 tons, I mean. How much we export? We export about 400,000 tons. Okay. 85% of Indonesian coffee is mostly Robusta, 15% is Arabica. I'm going to show you the sustainability certification is for environmental governance. Ladies and gentlemen, if you read some articles about sustainability certification, there are many terms has been used. One use global environmental governance, or global certifying partnership, or corporate governance initiative, sustainability regulation, certification, anything, any mention it. But is the thing the same one? It is a voluntary, usually third-party assess, norm and standards relating to environment, social, ethical, and food safety issues adopted by the companies. However, if you want to review some list, at least there are 4 or maybe 5 type of sustainability certification standards. First, we call it first party. Why first party? Because Starbucks play important role. The name of the standards is CAFE, Coffee and Farmers Equity. The second is Sustainable Agriculture Information, SAI. The third is really third party. UTS now just merging with Rainforest Alliance, fair trade, organic. The last one we call it fourth party. Why we call it fourth party? Because involving private, smallholders, NGOs, and local government. Okay. Forces, this time they call it GCP, Global Coffee Platform. So this lot of certification is very active. I think very dynamic, if you want to call it. However, they have the origins of coffee agroforestry. Coffee agroforestry, you can see the picture behind me over there. They have coffee, you intercrop with 3 crops. What are the 3 crops? Many things. Could be jackfruit, could be durian, could be 3 crops such as gamelina, dadap, could be leguminous crop, and so on. So this also serves as sources of income of our farmers. Okay. In addition, they could serve as forest stewardship as well for the farmers. Meaning, if you do put shaded tree, it really improve the sustainability, reducing land degradation, and so on. If you are agronomy, I think you understand that these legume crops can have leguminous nodulating bacteria. The roots that they can have nitrogen beneath the soil. That's probably you understand that. Okay, I have making a synthesis of this many sustainability certification. I don't want to go through that, but I would like to share the existing literature. It is nice. It is, well, not controversial, but at least the result is mixed. Okay. First, everybody's praised that there is certification scheme is what you call a growing concern of environmental governance. Sustainability could serve as new vehicle of corporate control of a global food production, trade, and consumption. And I did myself whiles ago with Professor Jeff Nielsen that sustainability certification have brought about structural change for smallholders. The smallholders behave better after the sustainability certification. Then, if you want to do a joining certification, you have to do partnership. I mentioned earlier, partnership, or sometimes in this case, you can call it contract farming, because farmers have to fulfill some production to that partnership. Okay, partnership involving cooperatives, and cooperatives also connecting with the local traders, collector traders, and exporters. The thing is very interesting. Our smallholders prefer input market uncertainty compared to output market uncertainty. What does it mean? So they want security, that they can have security to grow coffee, which is very interesting. Okay, I'm going to show you our empirical research. Okay, this is the price. During the pandemic, the Arabica coffee price is higher than Robusta. I compare with all other beverage crops, so to give you some ideas. Robusta is quite stable, even though a little bit increasing recently. I have tea price over there. I have cocoa price. To make comparison, cocoa price is getting increasing recently. Okay, this is the study I will to share you. We did study in Tanggamus and West Lampung. Okay, we call it Waisa Kampung watershed. It's huge. Okay, from west coast to east coast, from the downstream to upstream in Java Sea over there, involving 6 million people. It's a lot of district. I think about 9 districts involved. Okay, the watershed is here in the upstream. What we did, doing survey. Okay, we interview 93 samples in Tanggamus, and we interview 63 farmers in West Lampung, 78% in West Lampung. Okay, why we do that? Because we trying to compare and to combine the performance of sustainability certification in these 2 districts. Okay, we adopt a Probit model. Why Probit? Because we want to see analyzing the factors determining the partnership. Okay, 1 is partnership, 0 is non-partnership. It's kind very straightforward over there. Then we have some other variables. The second analysis, we also estimating determinant of farm income using OLS model. If you are agricultural economists, I think you are familiar. We put a dummy in the equation. Dummy is the Z here. Z variable you can put is partnership and non-partnership. And after this, because we must be a selection bias, we did a treatment. We are using Heckman selection correction model. Again, if you are econometrician, I think you understand this estimate. We estimate the inverse Mills ratio, IMR, to correct the problem of selection bias of the partnership. Okay, then we have the result. You can see the last column over there, which one is significant with this 5%, I mean 95% and 90%. The differences between partnership and non-partnership, and then we combine all farmers. This is household characteristic, this farm characteristic. Then after this, we did all the variables. We make a differentiation between partnership and non-partnerships. You can see that the total cost is totally different. I mean, significantly different. Then the farm income significantly different. Okay, now how about the econometric result? Before talking into that, basically, these farmers are involving in 2 patterns of partnership. One, we call it general trading partnership, involving Indocafco. Indocafco is e-com, okay? Everybody have the internal control system, okay? This is the, I'm trying to put in picture, maybe you understand further from here. Okay, you have certification at the agencies, but you have ICS, internal control system. So from the farmers group through collector traders to exporter. Certification agency involved there, going directly to the farmers. Okay, we call it general trading partnership because it's quite loose. You can go either or. Okay, the second one is contract farming by using MOU, written agreement. Okay, this is what has been done by Nestle and Kube. Kube is kelompok usaha bersama, basically cooperative. This guy practicing 4C and RFA. RFA and Rainforest Alliance. 4C is Common Code for Coffee Community, which has now become GCP. Okay, Global Trading Partnership. Farmers expect high premium, at least 550 per kilogram. Interestingly, if you want to see the econometric, this is the picture. I put a college or university here. We involving, empowering them. We'll deal with roasting company. We deal with exporter. We facilitate the MOU through the cooperative or kelompok usaha bersama to farmers group. This is nice actually. We involved in establishing the partnership. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the result. The other one is only the differences. This is the probit analysis. What are the significant factors affecting partnership participation? First, age of household. Okay. The second is education. If you see the negative sign means the younger they're doing partnership. The older are not interested in partnership, and so on. You can see that. You can see the significant sign over there. Distance to Cuba is also very significant, and income share from coffee farm is also significant. When we do OLS, the factor significant is only family members. Okay, why? Because the involving family is labor over there, and the one that's in productive age, which is interesting. You can expect that, but again, OLS is maybe not very good estimate. Then after this, we did treatment. We call it Heckman treatment effects. We divided a selection equation similar to the probit earlier, and the significant sign is different. And of course, the second equation, we have outcome equation, and also the significant sign is also different. So by doing treatment in econometrically, you can have more sharp, okay, the sharper result. But however, when we do calculating the transaction cost, I think if you're aware about transaction cost of information, cost of our coordination, and cost of enforcement, the one that partnership have higher attraction service cost. This is interesting because we have to enforce the partnership. It creates higher cost. This is the cost of transaction, is not cost of production. Okay. To conclude, sustainability certification have contributed to governance, social capital, improve farming practices, but is far from sufficient to achieve the sustainability objective. Okay, farmers mostly join the partnership expecting they have higher premium price, not for the sustainability. Okay, connecting farmers to world market, improving competitiveness, quality assurance, and empowerment program of the value chain is also very relevant to our research result. The third one is interesting. Farmers' knowledge about certification is not high, although they know about recommended activities. For example, you have to harvest red cherry instead of green cherry to improve the coffee quality, and not using the banned pesticide. you have to use approved pesticide only. Farmers are simply not aware about differences between certification scheme. Therefore, they cannot think of attributes level that go beyond their own scheme. Farmers display opportunities behavior and maybe abandon one certificate to another. This is the challenge of those who will do powers empowerment. Professor Andi Bahrun, this is my presentation. I think I am on time. Thank you very much. Invite question and discussion later on. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, terima kasih Prof. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Before we move on to the next presentation, attention please, especially participant join virtually. If you have any question, please type your question in the chat box. But which format, name of speaker to whom the question is addressed. And now we move on to the next presentation. Ms. Bella Mahfoud. She's going to present titles Start Plus, Redefining Everyday Plastic to be Bio-based as Possible. Time is yours.
First of all, I would say thank you for inviting me to the organizers and to Gihon as well, one of my interns at SARS Plus, for informing me about this very interesting event. And the past speakers also really inspired us all, and that was lovely presentations. So as the introductions, sorry, wait. I do have slides. Maybe the organizers here can help me to share the slides. Or can I share the screen?
Yes, you can do yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, as the introductions, I'm Bella, the co-founders and the managing director of SARS Plus, or PT Batavia Focus Techno Plus. So basically, we are doing or innovating the everyday plastics to be as bio-based as possible. And this presentation, I'm talking as the practitioners and as the business person that is doing the sustainable resources transformation as our final products in our everyday goods. And this is the contents that I'm going to talk. First of all, I'll introduce myself a little bit more, and I'll talk some of the problems we are trying to solve. And also I'm going to talk the sustainable resources utilizations, and how can us as the business persons can play roles to help to reduce some of the challenging difficulties we are facing right now, like food waste or microplastics problems. And I'm going to talk about the economic opportunity and the challenges we are facing as a business, and we are going to talk the economic contributions to our business and some takeaways from these presentations. And without any ado, for SARS Plus ourselves, we are actually have this kind of idea to make the bioplastic back in 2021. It was actually a humble beginning. The idea started because our co-founders visited some pancake and frappe restaurant in Hot London Day. I was actually a student back then, and my co-founders were also students. And during our visits, actually, we realized two annoying factors. First of all, in London, a lot of restaurants already changed their plastic straw into paper-based plastics, into paper-based straw, and it was annoying because we couldn't finish our frappe before the straw gets soggy. So yeah, that's one factor. And the other factor that leads us to this ideation is that we realize actually it is more like my friend's annoyance to me, because the restaurants serving a very large portion of pancake back then, and because it was like a bule portions, porsi bule, I couldn't finish the pancake, and she was like teasing me. Like, imagine how many people of you who couldn't finish this food, and you were actually contributing to the food waste problems. And it made me actually realize. And yeah, after those moments, after those visits, we came out with the ideations. Why don't we try to make the sustainable plastics that doesn't really compromise our enjoyment to enjoy frappes? And in this case, we can help the other ordinary people to use the bioplastics, and we can normalize this usage, right? And as for the business itself, actually really aligning with our expertise as the co-founders, because me myself, I graduated from Cambridge University, and I finished my dissertations with the topics of circular economy profitability. And yes, I do have sustainable finance background. I used to work with Bank Indonesia London. They have branch there. And my other co-founder is Luca. He is British, and he has so many experiences in ESG related consultancy and in private equity as well. And of course, we have Sinta, especially Sinta here, because she is this food scientist we have in our team, and the science girl behind of our innovations. In her dissertation, she wrote about the fish bone utilizations as the biomaterials for the bioplastics, and that was truly inspired me of what she wrote. And after those visits to the restaurants, we were intrigued to look out with the problems of food waste and plastics. And actually, we were really worried with the gravity of the problems that the chain restaurants created in terms of like food waste, because in 2021 alone in the UK, the chain restaurant generated 3 million tons of food waste from businesses, and it generated 25 million tons of greenhouse emissions. And that's we're not talking the plastics yet, because the plastic problems is even more make me concerned, because when I look into the data from the UK government and from the organization, actually for the grocery bags that you are using in Tesco or Alfamart, if you are still using that, actually not all plastics were being recycled in 2021. In fact, the recycling rate was really low. It was only 6% for the post-consumer plastic bags. And the alternative to the plastic itself also isn't really good, because the available alternative plastic like compostable plastic doesn't have as much as bio-based materials as we expect, because maybe some of you knows in order to make it compostable, you cannot exceed the bio-based material more than 30%. You need to add more PVA or additive, and it still lifts the emissions to the final products. And as for the other alternative products like paper-based bags, actually it doesn't really makes people wants to join on board with the sustainability causes, because it compromises what they are enjoying, like frappe, or what they need to do, like carry out the grocery bags, and it's not very sturdy. So our solution as a business, it is to find what are other sustainable resources we can utilize and we can marketize to the market. But before we are looking or picking which one is the sustainable resources we can use, we need to ask which one is the resources with the least damage. And also we need to be considerate with the critics that says, of course, you cannot like say this plant-based product is good, because in fact, if you specify more the products, whether it can be used as the final products, some products like feedstock products like corn, if you want to use it as the biomaterials for bioplastic, it still leaves some concern from these critics, because these corns, of course, are being produced from the farm, which still leaves huge emissions. But of course, you cannot win everyone's hearts, right? So, what we are trying to do is to take their concerns, and actually they have points, because of course, if you want to make a sustainable products, you need to assess first which one the sustainable resources that has the least damage. And in this case, we are using the assessment based on the circular economy, whether we can remanufacture or repurpose some other sustainable products that doesn't compromise, our needs as humans, like food needs and stuff like that. And we need to ask as well whether can we make some what we deem as invaluable to be valuable byproducts. In this case, that's why we are trying to use food waste based bioplastic approach, because it really fits with the circular economy philosophy itself, by repurposing the products into something valuable. And why food waste? Because by creating this bioplastic, actually, it feels like we can make one product to reduce two problems at the same time. And actually, this food waste based products is helping business in the way that we can acquire them cheaply from the food manufacturing factories. And in Indonesia, the most prominent food waste that we are using for the biomaterials is the food waste from cassava and potatoes factories. And actually, it's such a waste, pun intended, if we are not using this skin waste from these factories, because maybe, as some of you already know, it contains the most optimized starches and cellulose. So the starches can act as the biomaterials, and actually, if we done it properly, we can make these biomaterials into bioplastics that can disintegrate within 180 days. And in fact, in the EU, they can checklist this kind of product as the compostable products, because, well, it will be like disintegrate within 180 days. It's not considered as conventional plastics anymore, of course. So yeah, that's what we are doing. We try to repurpose the factory waste from the cassava and potatoes factories, because those are the most prominent one. We extract the starches and formulate it by ourselves, and by this way, we implementing a circular economy by turning waste into byproducts. And if we are talking to the next slides about the economic opportunities itself by utilizing this food waste, actually, we're not talking about the environmental brand image that we can develop. Actually, for the business, it is very useful. Why? Because actually, if we use the food waste as the raw materials, it really helps the business to push down the cost, the production cost. Why? Because this food waste is a waste. No one wants it. Like, for example, in rich countries, the factories actually paying the waste management companies to take away their massive food waste residues. And not only even factories, even charities also do that. In terms of like clothing donations, I knew it because I used to volunteering with the charity as well. And of course, it leads to the production efficiency, because why? Because we are implementing circular economy remanufacturing process here. So we don't have to stick to the linear production. We don't have to create new materials to make the final products. What business needs to do is to approach the community of farmers, to approach the factories, and to receive their food waste, and to create this final products from waste. And also it's very good for the risk mitigations, because to make new materials, you need a lot of like productions checklist production materials to just to make the plastics. But for the bioplastics, yeah, of course we also do have our own engineering, but in terms of the raw material itself, in case of the price fluctuations, you always can approach the food factories, or even to just grow your potatoes or cassava, to take the waste and to enjoy the potatoes yourself. And also I need to mention, because it happened last in the last week in Indonesia itself, we just officially opened the carbon credit exchange. So actually this is very good for companies to reduce the carbon emissions by utilizing this food waste circular economy model, and they really can drive down their carbon credits. And lastly, of course, the most important thing is that you can build your brand image as the business if you use this circular economy, and you can enhance your CSR from this model. But for the wider impact itself, of course, we do have it. For the companies, actually, for us, it can improve our credentials, not just in the way we do have CSR by doing the circular economy, but also I do hope as well in Indonesia, these companies will be regarded as the B Corp companies. B Corp companies actually is different than CSR. It means that you get the certifications to maintain the high quality standard, to implement the social and environmental responsible performance on your productions or your operations. And for farmers itself, for small people, wong cilik or petani, actually, the business can empower their community by buying their waste. Actually, I mentioned earlier that we are getting paid for the waste, but for the small communities, maybe we can have partnership with them to buy their waste, and in this way we can empower their sense of environmentally, environmental consciousness or stuff like that. And for us, for the society, actually, this really plays role to reduce the carbon footprint. You play your role as the consumers to shift from the conventional plastics to the more sustainable products. And as for industry, we try to execute these innovations into something useful. And but it's all rainbow and unicorns until we talk about challenges. Actually, the ideas of this food waste as biopolymers is very good ideas, and the ideas to make those innovation are expensive. I don't agree with the people who says ideas are cheap, but if we need to talk about the executions in industry, this is the most important thing, because if you talk about innovations on the paper without any executions that can bring benefits to society, it's going to be in vain. And I'm going to talk about the challenges we are facing as the industry when we try to execute these innovations. First of all is the practicality and how to scale it up. Actually, I am really interested with the papers that I read from students. For example, like Gihon here, he is my student intern. He is very creative, but also I read my other employees' past projects. They were very creative in their students' days. But here is the catch. Here's the problems. The students make the papers based on the lab scale method, and when I try to make the sample to be marketized and to show it to the investors by adjusting it to our engineering capabilities from our production partners, it's simply a no-no. It's not impossible at all, because what you guys are doing in the lab does not support what we want to achieve in the economic of scale of this sustainable plastic. So we need to readjust every single thing in the formulations, and it took us a year just to readjust these formulations so we can make the samples. And when I'm saying the samples, it's like proper samples where the customers wants to buy it, and where the customers will fund our labs and facilities. So this is very important notes for the academics actually. And the second challenges is the market fit and consumer behavior. When you talk about the sustainability, you cannot virtue signal other people, well, our product is good and you need to buy our product. No, in fact, in the Western Hemisphere, the sustainability issue is highly political, and we face some of the pessimistic outlooks from those people who wants to buy our products. And we ask, why don't they shift from the conventional plastics to our products? Well, we need to be realistic. According to the economics theory, actually, people are homo economicus. It means that they use their reasons to buy something based on their self-interest. And in this case, is that bioplastic is a basic goods that needs to serve their functions to carry their groceries or to enjoy their frappes. And when they see it costs more than they want to buy to serve this basic utilitarian products, of course, they don't want to buy these products. And that's actually the consumer behavior. And we cannot change that overnight, and we cannot just educate them. The things that we need to do is to simply to build a better product that serve a high quality standards of sustainable plastics in a good price that they are willing to buy. And for the business customer itself, they have way more conservative thinking. They think that if something is working, why would you need to change it? And because they have large of inventories and resources, and it's not very easy for them to just change to suppliers or just to change their conventional ways of doing business to the more sustainable products or more sustainable suppliers. So this is the market fit problems, and the challenge we are facing when we try to go to the market, go to the investors when we show our products. And the third one is standardizations. Actually, the standardizations for this bioplastic is vastly different from one country to another. And for example, in the US, Biden actually wants to replace conventional plastic with the feedstock products, bioplastics, but in the EU, the EU Commissions wants us more to reassess what kind of resources from the sustainable goods we can utilize and we can optimize without damaging environment too much. And also they have certain numbers how much bio-based materials we can insert. So when we try to develop this product, we're a little bit confused which standardization we need to follow. If we want to serve Indonesian market, we need to satisfy the Indonesian market. If we want to export, we don't have any time and cost and fundings to readjust the formulation. So what we need to do is to see which one is the most, is serve the best, not the best, but has the strictest standards. So maybe we can sell it everywhere, but this is the challenge we're facing. And of course, in Indonesia, the things that I see is a little bit different than the UK, where the government here doesn't really have much incentive to the SMEs or UMKM in terms of like tax benefits or R&D grants or stuff like that until we met Brain guys. And I want to say to Brain guys over here, because I finally knew Brain actually opens up to the private sectors to collaborate with them. And yeah, that's the challenges I am facing. And we are working on that. But to move on, for the academic contributions on the industry itself is a lot. We cannot detach ourselves from the economic contributions, because why? In fact, we find these ideas of bioplastics from Sinta's dissertations, from her paper as a student. And actually, the Indonesian students, and maybe in this university, has so many creative ideas we can invest as the industry, as a business. They just need a little bit more support and collaboration from us. And also, yeah, for the student past projects, actually, their ability and also their insights when they were doing these projects help our research and innovations in our lab, because they already have idea, okay, what kind of other biomaterials we can use if it's not working. They have those kind of creativity. And also, again, I want to thank Brin, because we knew that they are opening up for the collaborations with the private sectors and to help us to secure the patents, and that's very important. And also when we work with them, actually it was a pretty much a chilled working environments, because those researchers can cross or brainstorm with us what is possible or what is not possible in terms of like in the standards of sustainable resources or stuff like that. But I also have expectations for the academics, for their what they can contribute and what they can work on. Actually, it's pretty simple. Based on our challenges, I really do hope that academics tries to improve the way they see this sustainable and the way they conduct the research on the sustainable innovations. I really do hope you guys try to be more industrial or entrepreneurial in the way that, for example, the lab scale method is not compatible what we want to do in the industry. Maybe it's good to standing in the shoulder of giants, as they say that in the research, to fill the research gap. But you're talking about sustainable innovations. You need to be more industrial. That's what I want to say. And also, please do a cross-field project or cross-study project, because what you do in the chemical analysis cannot be detached from the engineering part, because you want to execute this biomaterials into something like final products like bioplastic. So the engineering teams need to take part on this project. So please do have this kind of projects in the universities, and also even please include the management studies, because at the end of the day, you need to talk how can the bioplastic bring effects to the economy, how it can bring effects to the society. And in this case, we can have the innovations that takes effects to the society. That's what I really expect from the universities and academics here as the business person. And sorry to take it too long, and I just want to conclude what I was saying. First of all, the utilization of food waste from factories actually is a lot. We just need to assess which one the things that we can repurpose to be valuable byproducts. And the second thing is that based on the challenges we are facing, I just want to say ideas are expensive, but execution is more expensive. So please, this is related to point 3 as well. Please, from the academics, to be more industrial and to add the entrepreneurial spirits to the students, because it needs creativity and persistence to innovate a truly functioning sustainable products. And also, I just want to say that students actually are really have the potential to be a game changer or agent of change for the sustainable innovations. What the academics maybe can help them try to maybe help them to collaborate with the industry or business. So maybe business can see their potentials and see their papers, and we actually really want to invest on it, and we want to assess whether this can be executed or not. So that's my key takeaways. And thank you for listening, and that's from me.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Also challenging, I guess. I saw Preeti already joined in this event. Good morning from Indonesia, Preeti Krishna. Still mute?
Here I am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What time's there?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What time there?
It's 8:51 a.m. in India.
Okay. Okay. Before I please to you're going to talk, but I want to ask first, Prof. Bostanul, is it possible to move on to one presentation first? Is it possible for you, Prof. Bostanul?
Okay,
Yes,
okay, go
yes.
ahead. I can wait.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, because Maria apologized because he was already sleepy. It was already midnight in Ghana. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Now we move on to the next presentation. Miss Preeti Krishna. I will introduce her profile first. Her education is the University of Calgary, Canada, in field biochemistry and molecular biology, and her master, GB Punch University of Agriculture and Technology, India, in field microbiology major and biochemistry minor, and her BC Kanpur University, India, in field biology. It was 1979. An employment history, Professor and Dean, Department Life Science, GU, India, Adjunct Professor, Department of Science, WCU, Australia, Professor and Foundation Chair, Department of Science, WCU, Australia. And also, she mentioned recent publication, citation 6,992, and H index 74. Welcome, Preeti Krishna, and I give you time for presentation, around 20 minutes. Time is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm very happy to be here in front of this lovely crowd. And I apologize for the delay in sending my abstract, but it was just a few situations that I was in. I'm here in India for a personal reason. My mother is 93 years old and she requires my help. So I moved from Australia to India, and I'm certainly enjoying my current position here. So I really appreciate your introduction, sir. And I think what I will do is just share my presentation and see if it works for you all. Share screen. Okay. So I decided, rather than to just talk about my own research, to actually sort of put together the concept that obviously for sustainable food production, we need a little bit more than just biotechnology or just agroecology and so on. We talk a lot about regenerative agriculture, but none of these things can really work in isolation, at least as far as I can see. But certainly we can have a discussion on that. So without wasting any time, I think everybody understands that because of the growing population, we do need to produce more. And we also need to have diversified food with fewer resources because, of course, water and soil and so on are in either scarcity or they have been degraded. And of course, we have to cope with climate changes in the climate as well. What I wanted to really highlight here is that there are very few countries that produce the maximum amount of food of the world. And it is with very few crops as well. And everybody understands that, we eat rice, maize, sugarcane, and so on. But what is alarming is that in the last more than a decade, the rate of yield increase in these crops has dropped. And you can see here in the lower figure B, that it was from 1975 to 1984, the increase was at 3%, but now it has fallen for wheat to half of that. And you can also see the same thing for rice, maize, and sugarcane, and so on. So what we also have is not just the decrease in yield, but of course, the average yield, we will say, has increased because, of course, more land has come into cultivation. We are using better irrigation and so on, but it's the rate of increase that I was talking about. Then we have the decline in nutrients as well. And we will see, this is not very often recorded because nobody really looks at this. We just think about, okay, if a certain thing, it does not have the right protein content, let's just, in our diet, let's increase it by including the different kinds of foods. But the idea is that actually in most of the crops, the protein content and mineral composition has gone down. And the same thing with fish, we have actually fished out the biomass. And as a result, we do have less of it, and we do have a lot of fish which is farmed, and who knows nutritionally how good it is. Still, it is considered a very important source of protein. Just bringing out very quickly these challenges that have come about. I put this up because I just wanted to remind everybody that we have gone through Green Revolution, which fed millions. And then somewhere around 1981 to present day, biotechnology has been predominant as well. And I'll touch upon it, of course, a little bit later, why biotechnology is very important for sustainable production of food. But at the same time, somewhere in the last decade, we also have had this digital revolution. And I will give some examples of this as to why we absolutely need this for sustainability as well. Now, Green Revolution of the 1960s, everybody recognizes probably that mutations led to these semi-dwarf, high-yielding varieties. And indeed, it fed millions. But it wasn't just the hybrid seeds or the better varieties. There was also expansion of irrigation at that time, and there was better management as well of crop production. But the major problem that was there is that monocropping dominated agriculture. And of course, this was also the time of distribution of synthetic fertilizers, pesticides to farmers. And just wanted to flash this to show what a steep increase there was in pesticide production and also in the global fertilizer use, nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers between 1960 to 2000. And of course, then it continued to increase. But what I wanted to point out here is that all good here, but of course, whatever were the negatives, the one that really matters now is that we have major environmental impacts of green revolution. So the major one that I would like to say is this, that there was soil degradation and chemical runoff. And everybody recognizes what soil degradation means, because when you have monoculture, if you just produce wheat, rice in your field, clearly the diversity of microorganisms in the soil is majorly disturbed. Soil structure is disturbed. Then when you have the chemical runoff of the pesticides and the excessive fertilizers, that will also affect the soil carbon, the soil structure, and of course, because of the soil microbes that have been disturbed because of that. So the idea is that, okay, now there is a need for us to really transition to sustainable agriculture. And what we have, of course, everybody is aware, I'm not going to read it out, that why are we thinking about sustainable agriculture? It is knowledge intensive. Knowledge intensive because we need knowledge in all different spheres. And that is really what I would like to highlight today. Of course, this is versus the chemical revolution where there was chemical intensive agriculture and so on. So the need is there, everybody recognizes that. But what is it that we should be focusing on? So sustainability, as you know, we make these three pillars: economic viability, environmental protection, social equity, and so on. I came up with what I think sustainable agriculture is, the pillars of sustainable agriculture are. As I mentioned in the abstract, I would highlight agroecology, all the digital technology that has come about, and of course, biotechnology will continue to rule as well. Even though people think that biotechnology is, has had a lot of negative impacts, I hope I can, towards the end, with some examples, I will not be able to obviously expand on that in the short period, but say that I think we cannot rule out biotechnology. And these pillars, they obviously need to stand on the base of skilled and innovative workforce. Because if we do not have this skilled workforce that has an idea of all three, I don't think that we can easily, in any farm, call it sustainable agriculture. So in case of agroecology or regenerative agriculture, however one wants to word it, the idea is that we learn from nature. And that's what people did, I think, in the past, when they studied nature, which by itself, well, mostly, clearly not against the forces of the nature, but more or less balanced the ecosystems of this world. And of course, our activities, human activities, disturb those. But now we are going back to what our farmers knew at that time in the past, and we are now bringing back these two scientific disciplines of agronomy and ecology. And what we need to do is that not only we have to, when we say, well, our soil is degraded and we have to rebuild our soil, and the soil health is important, what does that really mean? We have to have this diversity of microbes, all these beneficial microbes which are existing, because these soil biomes within this are the synergistic and important interactions of microbes and plants, animals and microbes, animals and plants. And I think that is really what sustains the ecosystem. In addition, the health of the soil depends on how much carbon availability is there in the soil. As you know, carbon, of course, cannot be fixed without our plants. And so there has to be enough. And right now our soil is depleted of carbon. And for both soil health as well as for mitigating climate change, we need to put in carbon into the soil. And therefore, a lot of research is going on plant roots or rhizosphere, what we also say as the soil that is in contact with the roots. We, of course, everybody knows about the water resources, and I think this pretty much comes in with respect to biodiversity in our ecosystems, but also within the soil. So I just wanted to give you an example of where modern technology has taken into account regenerative aspects. Now, regenerative aspects of agriculture are where we do not till the soil, where we do not reduce the soil carbon, where we do not disturb the soil, we do not, do things which are harmful to the soil. How do we build the soil carbon and so on? So yes, they do have this soil key renovator that has been built. And the one thing that we cannot escape is that, yes, this heavy machinery will go on the farms, which also heavy machinery is also one of the negatives. But we do have to combine technology with what we call as regenerative. But what it does is that the rotating blades are such that they do not disturb the soil immensely. But with minimal disturbance, it aerates the soil. It also, whatever green that you see here, it also buries part of this greenery that is already existing as a pasture in the soil. This is what we call as green manure. It will become organic matter. It buries inside the soil lightly this organic matter. Then it top dresses with the soil, and without disturbing the soil, without tilling, it drills the seeds into the rows, and many other things as well. So one can read about it, but this farm was the first in the world to be awarded these carbon credits. And when you look at the soil, if you look on the rightmost, which is the most dark one, you can see that this is moist. It has that humic substance, and the mat of the roots that you might be able to see in these dry soils compared to this one, they have broken up. They've broken up because we have the biodiversity of the microbes that can degrade them. And so this is where we are talking about rebuilding the soil. And it's a beautiful example of modern technology, but also taking into account that we do it through regenerative principles of agriculture, not using fertilizer, not using, excessive disturbance of the soil and so on. Now, the second pillar, as I said, of course, is your all the different digital technologies that have come up. And I just want to give an example of this Cameron's nursery whom we worked with, and more like a case study in Australia. And just really wanted to point out that these were first generation farmers who started with, $5,000 in setting up their nursery. And they went through a lot of problems and they almost lost their business. But then they realized that they have to capture, clean and recycle the water. And for that and for other aspects, they also built in numerous sensors to do the various things that are listed here. And what you can see here in this schematic is that there was a hard surface, and then we had a plastic cover, and then again another cover. And basically all the outside of the nursery was covered with this so that every drop of water was captured and recycled, both from irrigation and from the rainfall. And basically in this schematic, you can see that in their large dam, they could measure all the various things: temperature, pH, electrical conductivity, oxidative reduction potential, dissolved oxygen, and so on. All this data was, of course, fed in the cloud Same thing with that tank, which was used for irrigation. And you can see also that all the water that was, whether it was in the greenhouse or outside, this is the irrigation system, but then the same thing was also for recycling of the water, not the same pipes, but the recycled water was again collected here. And in each case, in the greenhouse, they measure temperature, moisture, humidity, luminosity, very, very important for plant growth. They could control it. Outside, they couldn't control these parameters, but they at least had a very good idea of what was it, that how much rain was there and so on, and how much moisture was there in the soil. And accordingly, they irrigated and did whatever management they had to do. So in the end, they really have turned into a very productive business, and they have won numerous awards as well for sustainability. Another thing in the previous lecture, as the professor or our scientist was pointing out, that a lot of it has to do with policies and also with consumers, you know, or rather the people who are actually the farmers and consumers and so on. But the key policies, for instance, in Israel, is that they are required by law that all water supplies be metered, so that they know how much water is being used. And if anybody is wasting it, clearly there must be some rules and regulations about it. They also monitor water reuse and also the use of brackish water in agriculture. Then they promote drip irrigation and then reuse of domestic water, wastewater in agriculture as well. And needless to say, you all must be aware of the very high level technologies that they're using in the construction of desalination facilities, then again, water recycling facilities. And a lot of vertical farming has taken place where, of course, a lot of your, by actually in very limited space, you're producing small crops, not large crops, but small crops without pesticides and fungicides and your synthetic fertilizers. So now I come to the biotechnology aspect. And here I thought I should really talk a little bit about our research, highlighting the fact that there are ways that you can target not just a single trait, but many different traits in crop plants. So right now in Australia, for instance, we have GM canola, cotton, safflower, but there is no fresh whole GM fruit or GM vegetable in the food supply. So as far as nothing is, really in your food supply, then the GM is okay. But here they do import things from outside, and any GM food needs to be labeled. When in a concentration, when you see that whatever the marker of the GM is in a concentration of more than 0.1%, then they have to label it. But below that, they do not label it. So the current one that they have, the high oleic acid one, the safflower, this is really used for making biofuels, lubricants, and so on. But definitely not. And also feed, animal feed is allowed, but not for human consumption. Now, everybody knows about genome editing and CRISPR-Cas that is being used, the RNAi technology, and your usual overexpression and so on. And all these things, we call them as new breeding technologies. And this is, of course, a bit old here. I didn't really change this from my previous seminar, but just goes to say that just about every crop is being targeted by CRISPR-Cas. And obviously, in many countries, they are sold free from regulation. They're not really considered GM, even though there is tinkering of the genome. So just touching on a little bit on my own work, we work on racinosteroids, which are a are a group of plant steroidal hormones. And I cannot take you through the whole story, but just to say that in around 1996, there was genetic evidence in just a serendipitous way by a lab who were working on light-regulated development of plants, but they came across these dwarf mutants. And when they found the mutation in the gene, basically they found it in a steroid biosynthesis enzyme gene. And they started asking that what are steroids doing in plants? And that's when it became clear that plants do have steroids and that they play an essential role in plant development. So of course, you can imagine from 1996, we were working on racinosteroids. Even prior to that, 1992, I set up my lab in Canada. But since then, a lot of work has been done. And even this is very old, but I like the picture here to say that just about every aspect of plant development is controlled by racinosteroids. Now, in my lab, we used various ways to understand how racinosteroids confer stress tolerance and what's the mechanism and so on. And of course, I cannot go into that detail at all, but I just want to show you that some of our earlier work where we overexpressed a biosynthesis gene of racinosteroid, it led us, if you look at this BL16 and BL35 transgenic plants compared to the wild type Brassica napus, you can see that the number of branches and the number of calyx, without even looking at the data, just looking at the plant, were many more times than the wild type and the vector control. And what we found in these 4 transgenics, BL2 to 16, 19, 35, that there was 20 to 40% increase in seed yield. And is yield the only thing that we are looking for, is the question. But when we looked at the root system, both in the soil and when we grew these seedlings hydroponically, there was 80 to 90% increase in root dry weight. You can see here. These are the 2 transgenics, and here is what you will see, BL35, BL16, compared to the wild type and the vector control. So we knew that the root biomass is quite a bit increased by this overexpression of racinosteroid. Then we asked the question, which is what my lab had been working on, is that can exogenously treated plants be stress resistant? And yes, this is not in the field, but the lab studies showed us that when plants grown on racinosteroid were exposed to 45 degrees centigrade temperature, that the control plants died. And then genetically, we proved not as good a result as this, but still pretty good compared to the wild type and the vector control. These are completely fried, whereas here you can see that a number of seedlings are still living. The same plants, we also looked at resistance to Leptosphaeria maculans, which is a very deadly fungus on Brassica napus. Once again, look at these lesions of wild type and vector control after 48 hours. And here you see your BL16 and BL35, as well as the other 4, which have really very, very little damage by the fungus. Same thing with Sclerotinia sclerotium. This was a seedling assay, and this is just a leaf assay. Once again, you can see the lesions there compared to what you see on BL35, just the size, and this is the quantitative data. So what do we draw? The conclusion we draw is not just that racinosteroid, tinkering with the biosynthesis or increasing the hormone, not only helped with the yield, but it also made into a very, very robust plant. And as a result, we were able to then go into asking, I'm not showing you the second aspect that we did, but we looked at BR response genes, and I cannot go into detail of how we found them, but 2 of our studies identified this gene family. Now, when we identified this gene family to be induced by brassinosteroid, these 2 genes had already been identified by a lab in the US to be responsible for pathogen resistance. And here, through public databases, we found that these genes were highly induced by cold, salt, and drought as well. Not one stress, by numerous stresses, as well as by biotic stresses, which is by pathogen. So we went ahead and asked the question, okay, if we did proof of concept that if we did introduce this gene and express it higher levels, what would happen? And once again, you see compared to wild type on the right-hand side and all these 4 transgenics, these have been watered with 200 millimolar sodium chloride on a bi-weekly or a weekly basis. And you can see not only again the branching, the number of siliques, but also the survival of these plants compared to the mutant and the wild type. And then we went and looked at this particular gene had not been studied for disease resistance. And if we again look at these compared to the number of pathogens that grew here, we found that there was a lot less load of the pathogens in these transgenic plants. So to end, I just want to tell you that we concluded, of course, it is well known that brassinosteroid controls many traits of the plants. And what we want are genes that are conferring these pleiotropic, which means multiple beneficial effects on the plants. So let us not just go for drought tolerance, which is what some of the companies are doing. Let's go for making a drought tolerant maize or whatever. The idea is we need these target genes, which are conferring both abiotic and biotic stress tolerance. Then they're increasing the yield and a lot of root processes, which I've not been able to show you. So if brassinosteroid, if we cannot really target the biosynthesis or signaling genes there, because the whole plant development is affected by that, we perhaps should look for these kind of genes, hormone control genes, which control many different traits. And then this is the kind of, whether they are CRISPR genome edited or GM crops that we can bring into production. And also for this, then we will need a lot less chemicals, lot less fertilizers. We will need less irrigation because the use of water will be less and so forth. So just wanted to leave you with this idea that with technology, with agroecology or regenerative agriculture principles, as well as with GM, I think that we can, to a certain degree, win the challenge of climate change, as well as all the different things that have the negatives that have come about due to the previous GM crops, as well as due to the earlier green revolution. And acknowledging all my students and postdocs who did this work, I thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I saw in the screen Mr. Lucia also already joined. Good morning from Jakarta and good evening USA. Mr. Lucian.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
All good. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Prof. Bustanul. Prof need to be patient because we are still one more presenter, Dr. Lucian. Thank you for your understanding and patience, Prof. Okay. Mr. Lucia, before I give you time to present your presentation, let me introduce your short profile. Dr. Luciana Lucia, Professor of Forest Biomaterials, Professor of Chemistry, Professor of Biomedical Engineering, and his education, visiting fellow, Japanese Society for the Promotion of Science, postdoctoral fellow, DCF Center for Photo-Induced Charge Transfer, Doctor of Philosophy in Field Physical Organic Chemistry, Master of Science in Field Physical Organic Chemistry also, and Bachelor of Science in Field General Chemistry. It was 1990. Recent appointment, North Carolina State University as a professor. Also, North Carolina State University Affiliation Faculty, Department of Biomedical Engineering, State Key Laboratory of Bio-Based Material and Green Paper Making, visiting distinguished Professor of Green Chemistry. During 2014 and 2021. Okay, we move on to the last presentation, our event today. Professor Lucia, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will share my screen, I believe. Sure it's correctly. Okay, looks like it's sharing. I want to thank you for your, oops, sorry about that. I want to thank you for your time. I apologize for the confusion. I thought to present on another time, but I'm now midnight here on Monday, so Tuesday morning. So thank you. So today, it is my pleasure to present work that
Pleasure.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, it's very clear.
Okay, perfect. So today it's my pleasure to share work that we did in conjunction with Dilla, who has been a very gifted worker, one of my most gifted, in fact. I'm very pleased to share her work in conjunction with Shelley, work that we also did with Marco Hacovirto here at North Carolina State in hydrothermal carbonization of nanocellulose. And we were able to do a new work in an area that potentially could help to improve a lot of work in food and soils. This work is essentially driven, as probably most of the work that has been presented at this conference, by the need to wean ourselves from fossil fuels. Obviously, fossil fuels are a depleting resource that demands our attention, because not only do they diminish the overall opportunity for growth because they're depleting, but their products are polluting. We can produce, as we have for many years, plastics that accumulate not only on land, but in the sea. Our direction is to use biomass, as has been well stated at this conference, as a new resource instead of petroleum. And we have used soybean hulls, for example, as part of our work But in this particular case, we're going to look at nanocellulose as the biomass for this. Dilla has done a magnificent job at looking at several biomass resources with the intention of applying HTC, hydrothermal carbonization, as the modality for converting biomass into a fuel source or a material. Hydrothermal carbonization is not a new technique, but it's one that has been in the limelight of biofuels efforts and also biomass work, because we have an opportunity to take advantage of biomass through a very simple heating process that occurs in water, hence hydrothermal. We apply heat roughly between 180 and 300 degrees Celsius to a suspension of biomass in water, and we were able to undergo sufficient chemistry to convert to what is known as a hydrochar, which is not very different than biochar, except it does not require a dry condition. It requires a wet condition, and this can give rise to very interesting physical and chemical effects. As I said, the temperatures are reasonable. They are not the temperatures that you would see in the analogous dry heating processes for obtaining higher heating value materials. And also the times are also quite reasonable. The purpose of our work was to manufacture hydrochar specifically from a nanostructured biomass, in this case, what is known as nanofibrillated cellulose or cellulose nanofibrils, however you wish to call them, in relation to something that has been produced for a few, maybe 150 years, something called pulp. This is essentially a byproduct of chemical or mechanical processing of wood. In this case, a bleached lignin-free product that is much more chaotic, not as structured as the analogous nano version, but very much having the same material, biomass, a cellulose rich with hemicellulose as well, biomass. Now, what I want to do is I want to share with you the focus, or at least I want to share with you the last curtain of our production so that you get an idea of what we've done. What we've learned is that, not surprisingly, or maybe surprisingly, depending on your understanding in this area, the starting structure influenced the final hydrochar structure. This was interesting because it gives us a means of tuning the final product for particular applications. All of this was done at temperatures above 200, but time, we found out, did not affect the properties, chemical or physical, when this process of hydrothermal carbonization was performed at 250 C. We found that the nanostructured material showed nodule fill surfaces, which was quite interesting to see relative to the pulp, which did not. Also, there were no elemental compositional changes. They were fairly uniform in the atomic distribution of HCNO. So that was not super surprising. Again, they're the same biomass, just the nanostructure, or at least the structure, was different. We found out very, very, very ostensibly that the morphology of the NFC was quite different than the softwood, as you'll see. And the hydrochar from NFC showed a much higher pore volume on average versus, and also much higher pore size, likely on the order of 30 to 40 times greater than that of softwood pulps. So let's go to how we did this. So in general, we took the starting material and then we pre-treated it in an acid rinse, then heated this in a furnace at different temperature and times. So essentially, this was a par reactor. And then we allowed it to cool quickly by quenching. We centrifuged it. We washed the residue, dried it, and then we characterized our hydrochar. The temperature time profile is shown here, or at least, excuse me, the temperature pressure profile as a function of time is shown here. You can see essentially they follow a very uniform pattern where we ramped at approximately 1 hour for the duration of the experiment. Now on to our results. So what I want to point out is in this section right here, we're looking at the nanofibrillated cellulose at a series of different temperatures. So we're looking at the temperature effects at 3 hours. And what is, you can see, obviously, you can see that the carbonaceous value tended to increase. So we were enriching in carbon, hence we were increasing the overall higher heating value, as you can see here, and we plateaued at this level here, 250. We didn't notice much more different. As you can see, by adjusting the time from 1 to 7 hours, we didn't really change much of the properties, even the higher heating value. And also, again, not surprisingly, we see that the overall atomic composition of the NFC relative to the softwood was not really that different either. If you look at morphology, if you see here the NFC as a thin film and an air-dried softwood pulp, what you'll notice is that the texture of the NFC is quite smooth. It has a very regular appearance relative to the softwood, which tends to be more ribbon-like and has a much more rough appearance. The NFC morphology as a function of heat treatment is shown here. As you can see, as you go from 160 to 250, you're able to attain a much more, at 20,000 magnification, more nodular, fluffy appearance. So this was very particularly astounding relative to what we saw with the softwood, which really didn't attain this type of appearance. Is the softwood, what you see is essentially it maintains its fibrous character, although it does appear to have a little bit more texture. It appears that there is some aspersities and pitting observed, but we do not get those nodular structures that we observed in this NFC that you see here, these ball-like structures that become quite pronounced as you go to 250. Surprisingly, what we've noticed is the pore size and the pore volume for the NFC, again, was quite different by a lot. The NFC, by virtue of its nanostructural morphology or its overall nature, presented very, very different volume and pore size, which was something that I believe could be taken advantage of from a colloidal area perspective, volume perspective, absorption perspective, separation perspective, incorporation, inclusion, encapsulation perspective. This is remarkable actually to see. And one of the things I want to point out is that making NFC is not really that difficult, as Dilla could tell you. This is, I think maybe Marco was supplying this with us for us, but we could take a homogenizer or a colloider, micro colloider, and essentially explode softwood to make this. And by doing this, we were able to obtain significant volume and pore size differences. In conclusion, the variation in heating time of an NFC did not really affect the final properties of the hydrochars that we were observing. In other words, the atomic compositions were more or less the same, and the higher heating values were more or less the same. Indeed, the NFC hydrochars were similar to the fibers. However, the NFC nanodimensions did in fact significantly affect the final structure of the materials in terms of their morphology, their volume, pore volume, and their pore size. The NFC showed quite fluffy nodular structures, where the softwood showed, as we saw, log-like appearances that were very closely mimicking the initial fiber materials. And of course, as we already indicated, the pore volume and pore size were quite different. And with that, I'd like to thank you so much for your patience and your time, and I will welcome any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Your presentation is interesting, inspiring, also challenging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants, also the speakers, after we follow the presentation of 5 presenters, we will enter a question and discussion session. I saw in the chat box there's one question for Prof. Bustanil. The question is from Rika Gusmiati. The first question: who is required to have a sustainability certification, farmer or corporations? The second question: how the trick to still have competitive product cost with ownership of sustainable certificate? Prof. Bustanul, there's one question for you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Yes, thank you, Professor Andi Baharun. Thank you for the question, Miss Veka. Okay, the first question: sustainability certification is really voluntary, nobody required. But if you want to sell the products to certain networks, for example, to Starbucks, you have to follow their certification, okay, which is coffee and farmers equity. If you want to sell it to, say, for example, Nestle, then you should have a certification, at least GCP, okay, Global Certifying Partnership, or to e-com, so things like that. So sooner or later, certification is kind of a network of suppliers. It is voluntary, but somehow it is mandatory, okay? If you don't want to sell to them, that's okay. You don't have to join the certification. The next question: how to trick? Okay, how's the trick to have the competitive products? Well, normally this is economic consideration. The companies pay the certification fee, okay, to Rainforest Alliance, to UTS, to 4C, and so on. How much the cost? Who pays the cost? Well, could be us as consumer and also the producers. This is the way. The question probably, maybe I'm not so clear about the competitiveness. Do you think the farmers can still have benefit if they're joining certification? Yes, they do, but the profit is less, okay, because the farm gate price, well, even though they receive premium, I think they have calculated that. At the end of the day, the net maybe is still positive, but the margin, profit margin, is quite small. So the only way, if you want to have benefit of certification, you should improve the quality of the products. The higher the product's quality you have, and the higher you have the price premium, and the cumulative process, you can have benefit. Otherwise, the benefit is quite small. Thank you, Professor Andi Bahrun.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And also, I got a question from Prof. Andi Heruli. This question for Priti Krishna. One of the factors causing crop yield or loss in the field is the attack of soil-borne disease, such as fusarium wilt and bacterial wilt in various cultivated plants. Do you have practical experience in agroecological management, especially land management, that can reduce the incidence of soil-borne disease on agricultural land? It's a question for you, Priti Krishna. Time is yours.
I think Dr. Krishna has already left. Nobody answered, answered the question.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Prof. Anheruni. Priti already left. Okay. Okay. Another, maybe in the floor, participant, you have any question? Guys, raise your hand. Okay. Okay. Oh, 2 questions. Okay. Give here. Who? Okay. Please. So please state your name and to whom the question is addressed. I hope your question or comment will be short. Yeah. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for the change. My name is Gita Arianti from Food Science and Technology Department. My question for Miss Bella Mahfud from Starch Plastic. In our team research, the same topic as Brother Gihon using bioplastic from fermented cellulose or of palmyra. When I want to ask in the many benefit explained, actually in Indonesia bahasa dari banyak masalah yang sudah jelaskan tadi, actually the problem now is that it is difficult to realize research on bioplastic, especially in Southern Sulawesi. Maybe I don't know, or there is no place for it. My question is, where can we start realizing the use of bioplastic? Because what I hope is that the research I do will not just be research. Thank you.
Miss Bella, you got it? Miss Bella, you hear the question clear for you? Oh, leave also. Okay, sorry. Oh. No more. Hello? Wow. Oh, all order to left. Okay. The next. Please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity has given to me. I'm Olivia Hairudin from Food Science and Technology Department. And kebetulan saya bersama-sama dengan tim saya mempunyai penelitian yang sama mengenai bioplastik dan Ibu RH Fitri Faradila selaku pembimbing saya. Yang ingin saya tanyakan, before my English is not fluent and I want to
Mohon maaf, untuk siapa?
Miss Bella.
Bella already left. Oke. Oh, sudah gabung lagi. Oke, please. Oke, sorry Bella.
Can you so I'm
Okay. Sorry for you. Okay, please.
sorry about that. Yeah. Please.
Go to the first question, Bella.
Because koneksi saya tadi putus, saya tidak dengar pertanyaan yang pertama, pas banget tadi putus. Jadi
Bahasa, because Bella can speak Indonesia. You can use bahasa.
ya.
Oke. Yang pertama, yang pertama tadi ya. In bahasa. You can do it in bahasa ya.
Oke. Miss Bella, penelitian saya kali ini bersama tim saya sama hampir mirip dengan penelitian yang dilakukan oleh Kak Gihon, yaitu penelitian tentang pembuatan bioplastik tetapi menggunakan bahan dari selulosa hasil dari fermentasi nira aren. Yang ingin saya tanyakan, dari penelitian saya ini, di mana saya bisa memulai untuk merealisasikan produk yang saya buat? Karena di Sulawesi sendiri, entah saya kurang tahu, memang belum ada tempat untuk seperti tempat untuk memproduksi bioplastik. Jadi saya ingin meminta saran dan tanggapan dari mana saya dan tim saya mungkin atau peneliti yang lain harus memulai dari mana untuk merealisasikan penelitian-penelitian yang kami lakukan agar penelitian ini tidak hanya sekedar menjadi penelitian saja, tetapi mengingat dari urgensinya bioplastik ini dapat diterapkan. Terima kasih.
Ya. Clear for you, Bella?
Apa ini tunggu question kedua atau langsung jawab aja ya?
Question 2 sama ya? Sama, langsung pertanyaan saja.
Hampir sama tapi poinnya berbeda.
The point is same.
Oke.
Sama saja. Ya, same.
Oke. Ya, jadi untuk adik-adik yang memang mulai untuk sedang ada penelitian seperti Gihon, dari kita jujur ada keasimetrian antara bisnis dan paper yang dikerjakan student, dan jujur aja kalau dari saran saya untuk adik-adik gimana cara bisa merealisasikan ini, jujur kalau untuk merealisasikan ini menjadi produk sendiri dan untuk dijual, jujur memang butuh kerjasama dengan industri. Karena yang saya point out dari challenge saya untuk merealisasikan produk ini tidak cukup hanya bikin sampel dari skala lab method, karena apa yang mau dijual meskipun marketnya kecil, niche, tapi lab method itu tidak mendukung untuk yang namanya industrialisasi atau market untuk memarketkan produk ini. Jadi yang saya tekankan memang harus ada kerjasama dari kampus agar adik-adik ini bisa mungkin dikolaborasikan dengan industri, yang dimana tidak hanya project lab saja tapi juga bisa melihat pendekatan industrinya itu seperti apa. Dan untuk merealisasikannya sendiri, kalau untuk dari skala kecil-kecilan atau UMKM menurut saya challenge-nya besar, karena tadi saat ini paper student itu kebanyakan masih skala lab. Contohnya aja paper yang saya banyak banget temuin, yang saya baca dari student, mereka menggunakan solution casting untuk yang namanya bikin produk, tapi itu nggak bisa disupport dengan mesin industri karena solution casting itu kan sifatnya basah dan mesin itu nggak bisa menerima itu. Jadi pertama-tama yang untuk agar bisa mengapproach yang namanya small business, mungkin cara metodenya mungkin dilihat lagi agar lebih industrial atau entrepreneurial, Dan agar gimana bisa dilihat itu saran saya adalah antara mungkin dari kampus bisa memfasilitasi atau yang paling penting adalah publikasi dari paper itu sendiri. Publikasi menurut saya bukan publikasi secara jurnal, tapi melalui pendekatan-pendekatan yang menurut saya bisa jadi paper dari adik-adik ini misalnya misalnya ada misalnya pameran atau semacam konferensi ilmiah, kalau memang industrinya ikut sertakan, adik-adik ini bisa mengirimkan proposal atau abstrak dari paper mereka. Karena mau gimana pun untuk bergerak sendiri itu agar bisa dijual itu memang agak susah karena perbedaan metode ini dan harus merangkul yang namanya SMI atau perusahaan yang memang sedang meriset tentang produk ini. Dan jujur saja Kak, ini kalau dari sudut pandang saya ya sebagai pelaku bisnis di Stars Plus, kita jujur aja secara aktif melihat paper mana student yang available di Google Scopus atau di jurnal yang available untuk umum. Jurnal mana yang mungkin bisa kita explore bahan-bahannya, karena in fact apa yang kita lakukan di lab itu kadang agak mentok. Misalnya kita mau bikin produk dari bonggol pisang, tapi ternyata itu nggak bisa untuk di scale up. Kita explore ke paper-paper student lain jujur aja, dan kita mencari itu. Jadi yang saran saya mungkin pertama metodenya sedikit diubah lebih ke industrial dan mungkin melakukan publikasi secara aktif ya, agar mungkin bisa ada ketemu antara kebutuhan atau scouting dari bisnis atau industri dengan adik-adik yang ingin merealisasikan produk bioplastik ini, kurang lebih begitu.
Okay, thank you, Bella. Because Kendari time 12:30 p.m. we have to close this plenary session. Indeed, I'm sure we have gained valuable experience and learned a lot from this international seminar. We already got a lot of information, knowledge, experience, inspiration, and challenges from this seminar. Therefore, I truly hope that this seminar can become a bridge towards the success that we all wish for. Thank you. Before I end this plenary session, I would like to thank to all invited speakers, Prof. Bustanil, Arifin, thank you very much for your presentation. Dr. Bella Mahfud, Prof. Priti Krishna, Prof. Lucian, and Prof. Maria. Thank you for your nice presentation for this event. Thank you for you all, to participants, and also join this event. We apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.
Nah, terima kasih.
Big hand for all invited speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Back to MC.
Thank you very much. And we would like to ask Professor Dr. Insinyur Andi Barung to stay at the podium.
Yang mana? Sudah. Oh,
Thank you for Professor Bustano Arifin for the very amazing. For the next speaker, I'd like to present it to our next invited speaker. For Professor Lucian Lucia, even though it's already behind there, he still give us the very interesting presentation. And next is to Miss Bella Mahmud from Start Class. It's really inspiring, and we hope we can have collaboration together to develop bioplastics. Next is for Professor Priti Krishna. Also very interesting presentation about the regenerative agriculture that maybe we can adopt some of the things that you have explained to us. And next is Dr. Maria Lovelace Johnson, even though she's not here with us, but we thank you for very interesting presentation. That's all. Thank you so much for all the invited speakers. Once again, please give applause to our invited speakers.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, coming up is parallel session. We would like to inform you the parallel session. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. And we would like to ask Professor Andi Bahrun to stay at the podium and present a certificate. We would like kindly invite Professor Andi Khairuni. You may please come forward. Excellency and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, coming up is parallel session. We would like to inform you that parallel session will be divided to parallel, which each parallel has 5 terms. For the participant, we kindly inform you to move to your breakout room provided after break at 1 o'clock. And before having lunch, I ask you to all participants to turn your video or camera for the photo session.
Selanjutnya adalah sesi paralel, kami ingin menginformasikan bahwa sesi paralel akan dibagi menjadi 8 ruangan. Informasi mengenai pembagian ruangan dapat dilihat di buku abstrak yang telah dibagikan. Sesi paralel akan dimulai setelah break makan siang pada pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia Tengah, dan sebelum itu kami meminta untuk seluruh partisipan untuk mengaktifkan kamera untuk sesi foto bersama. Oke. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Slide selanjutnya. Oke. Satu, dua, tiga. Diinformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk silahkan maju ke depan. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama secara offline.
Kembali kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu, disilakan untuk maju ke depan mengambil tempat karena akan diadakan sesi foto bersama secara offline. Baik. 1, 2, 3. Oke, next. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Salam Hijau. Oke. Fotografer ready. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3.
Oke.
And for participant, we inform you to change your username with template your name underscore your name.
Kami mengingatkan kembali para peserta untuk mengganti username-nya dengan format nama ruangan underscore nama Anda.
Located in the southeastern part of the Sulawesi Island, known for its stunning and iconic tourist panoramas, there is one university known as the Cardial Direction. Universitas Halu Oleo. Founded on August 19, 1981 as an integral part of Universitas Halu Oleo, the Faculty of Agriculture plays a crucial role as an institution dedicated to educating and training in the intelligent generation through education, research, and community service. The vision of the Faculty of Agriculture is to become a faculty that produces outstanding human research and agriculture, science and technology on an international scale. Located in the southeastern part of the Sulawesi Island, known for its stunning and iconic tourist panoramas, there is one university known as the Cardial Direction. Universitas Halu Oleo. Founded on August 19, 1981 as an integral part of Universitas Halu Oleo, the Faculty of Agriculture plays a crucial role as an institution dedicated to educating and training in the intelligent generation through education, research, and community service. The vision of the Faculty of Agriculture is to become a faculty that produces outstanding human research and agriculture, science and technology on an international scale based on rural, coastal, and small islands area. The Faculty of Agriculture consistently implements an internal quality assurance system based on PDCA model, which includes planning, implementation, evolution, control, and continuous improvement. The Faculty of Agriculture always ensures the achievement of high-quality education through both national and international accreditation. The Faculty of Agriculture has 27 full professors, 34 associate professors, and 54 assistant professors. Currently, the Faculty of Agriculture consists of 6 departments accredited by the National Accreditation Agency, BANPT, Agribisnis, Agrotechnology, Food Science and Technology, Soil Science, Plant Protection, and Agricultural Extension. The faculty also has 10 laboratories to support educational and research activity by both faculty and students. In addition, there are other supporting facilities such as a mosque, gardens, lecture buildings, library buildings, bicycle parking, motorcycle parking, car parking, disability-friendly facilities, fire extinguishers, and first aid kit. Every year, the Faculty of Agriculture admits an average of 500 new students and graduates around 400 alumni who then venture into various professional fields.
Saya selalu bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Oleo, khususnya menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Oleo. Merasa bangga sebagai seorang alumni Universitas Oleo, Fakultas Pertanian tahun 1999.
dan saya bangga menjadi alumni dari Fakultas. Terima kasih.
Each year, the Faculty of Agriculture establishes collaboration with various stakeholders at both the national and international levels, especially those in the Southeast Sulawesi region, such as PNM and PT CHAM. This collaboration includes visiting professor, research collaboration, and international conference. The Faculty of Agriculture always encourages its academic community to achieve excellence in both academic and non-academic fields. Achievement of faculty members include receiving intellectual property rights and publishing international accredited journals, while students achieve outstanding results at both local and national levels. With a spirit of innovation, collaboration, and achievement, the Faculty of Agriculture at Universitas Halu Oleo is committed to making its the best contribution to national development, especially in the field of agriculture, rural development, and small island area to achieve self-sufficiency in food product for Indonesia. Indonesia tangguh, Indonesia tumbuh. Selama tanah masih berpijak, kita masih bisa berkarya. Tanah kita, ladang emas kita.
Indonesia tangguh, Hijau maju bersama Fakultas Pertanian.
Located in the southeastern part of the Sulawesi Island, known for its stunning and iconic tourist panoramas, there is one university known as the Cardial Direction, Universitas Halu Oleo. Founded on August 19, 1981 as an integral part of Universitas Halu Oleo, the Faculty of Agriculture plays a crucial role as an institution dedicated to educating and training in the intelligent generation through education, research, and community service. The vision of the Faculty of Agriculture is to become a faculty that produces outstanding human research and agriculture, science and technology on an international scale based on rural, coastal, and small islands area. The Faculty of Agriculture consistently implements an internal quality assurance system based on PDCA model, which includes planning, implementation, evaluation, control, and continuous improvement. The Faculty of Agriculture always ensures the achievement of high-quality education through both national and international accreditation. The Faculty of Agriculture has 27 full professors, 34 associate professors, and 54 assistant professors. Currently, the Faculty of Agriculture consists of 6 departments accredited by the National Accreditation Agency, BANPT, Agribisnis, Agrotechnology, Food Science and Technology,
Cek, case, cek, case.
Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is going to start. Please be seated. Good afternoon and welcome once again to Hijau 2023. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we will announce our award for the first, second, the third best presenter, best poster, and best scientific paper. For the first best presenter Hijau 2023, group Soil Science. The third, congratulations for Regina Emanuela. The second, best presenter Hijau 2023 group Soil Science. Congratulations for Andi Ismawati. And the first winner, the best presenter Hijau 2023 group Soil Science. Congratulations for Fitri Wahyuningsi. For the first, second, and third best presenter Hijau 2023 group Soil Science, announced and kindly be invited Professor Dr. Insinyur Marzuki Iswandi to present the award, and for the winner come forward to receive the award. Kepada Bapak Dekan kami persilakan untuk menyerahkan penghargaan kepada para juara. Juara pertama atas nama Fitri Wahyuningsi. Juara kedua. Silakan duduk di tempatnya kembali. And next, we will announcement award for the first, the second, and the third best presenter Hijau 2023 group Agrotechnology. The third best presenter Hijau 2023 group Agrotechnology. Congratulations for Muhammad Basil. Presenter Hijau 2023 group Agrotechnology. Congratulations for Rahmania. Hijau 2023 group Agrotechnology. Congratulations for Siti Nurhaliza. Untuk itu kami mengundang kepada Bapak Wakil Dekan 1, Bapak Profesor Andi Hairudi, untuk menyerahkan piala penghargaan kepada para juara. Juara ketiga oleh Bangsa. Baik. The next. The third best presenter Hijau 2023, Group Food Science and Technology. The third best presenter Hijau 2023, Group Food and Science Technology. Congratulations for Sulistina Cahayani. Congratulations for Ukhwan Nur Aziza. And the first best presenter Hijau 2023 Group. Congratulations for Dekan 2 Bapak Dr. Alwi Hamzah untuk menyerahkan piala penghargaan kepada para juara. Next, Best Presenter Hijau 2023 Group Plant Protection. And congratulations for Laode Muhammad Fadlan Daud. Pada Bapak Wakil Dekan 3 selaku Wakil Dekan 3 Bapak Dr. Laode Alwi untuk menyerahkan piala penghargaan kepada para juara. Next, the third best presenter Hijau 2023 Group Agribisnis. Congratulations for Nurjana. Business. Congratulations for Dharma. And the first best presenter, HiCap 2023 Group Agribisnis. Congratulations for Rosmida TK. Kami informasikan bahwa kategori Best Presenter HiCap 2023 Group Agribisnis adalah mahasiswa yang mengikuti kegiatan HiCap 2023 secara daring. Maka dari itu mereka belum sempat menghadiri di kegiatan hari ini. Selanjutnya Best Presenter HiCap 2023 Group Agriculture Extension. The third Best Presenter HiCap 2023 Group Agriculture Extension. Congratulations for Paradila. Presenter HiCap 2023 Group Agriculture Extension. Congratulations for Kade Natalia. First Best Presenter HiCap 2023 Group Agriculture Extension. Congratulations for Waode Miftahul Jannah. Next, Best Poster Presentation HiCap 2023. The third Best Poster Presentation. Congratulations for Junianto Asraya. Presentation. Congratulations for Desti Alvita Kakan. Best Poster Presentation HiCap 2023. Congratulations for HiCap 2023 untuk menyerahkan hadiah kepada para pemenang. Kepada Ibu Dr. RH Fitri Paradila, kami persilakan untuk menyerahkan hadiah kepada para juara. Kepada para juara. Best Scientific Paper HiCap 2023. The third Best Scientific Paper HiCap 2023. Congratulations for Arisma. And the second Best Scientific Paper. Congratulations for Ikhtiana Anissa. And the first Best Scientific Paper HiCap 2023. Congratulations for Harbuti. itu kami mengundang kepada Bapak Samsu Alam untuk menyerahkan dia kepada para pemenang. And the next, the best from all category of student camp competition. The best from all category of student competition. Congratulations for Emanuela Siti Balok from Universitas Nusa Cendana. Dan terakhir, presenter terlucu dan terhappy, selamat kepada Jerry Pratama. Ibu Dr. Nini Pilarani untuk memberikan hadiah kepada saudara Jerry Pratama. Untuk presenter terlucu dan terhappy, saudara Jerry Pratama. And we will announce best presenter at room. From Azalea room, congratulations for Yunita Jayadi Sastra from Universitas Halu Oleo. In Kampus room, congratulations for Dewa Gede Wiryanda Selangga from Universitas of Bahasa Sarawati Denpasar Bali. In Kabupaten room, congratulations for Julia R. Wijaya from Universitas Pelita Harapan Tangerang. From Kaswani room, congratulations for Muhammad Hidayanto from BRIN 2 Badan Pangan Nasional. From room Sinonggi 1, congratulations for Hardianti Sultan from Universitas Tadulako. And from Orchid room, congratulations for Profesor Lakarimuna from Universitas Halu Oleo. Olivia Rizky from Universitas Halu Oleo. Iswandi untuk memberikan penghargaan kepada Best Room Presenter. Thank you for Professor Dr. Insinyur Marsuki Iswandi, and give applause for the all. The close of the conference, I would like to now call upon the Dean of Agriculture Faculty to present us with the closing speech and ceremony. Kami undang kepada Bapak Dekan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Marsuki Iswandi untuk mengatakan, menyampaikan atau menutup acara secara resmi.
Thank you, terima kasih. Ini sudah tinggal kita semua ya, bahasa Indonesia, orang Indonesia semua, tapi tidak apa-apa ya. Baik, yang kami hormati Bapak Rektor Universitas Halu Oleo yang telah membuka acara pada pagi hari tadi, the Honorable Head of Indonesian Natural Food Agency yang diwakili oleh Deputi Pangan dan Gizi, Keamanan Pangan dan Gizi, Bapak Dr. Andes Nyoto Suwiknyo yang tadi juga sudah memberikan sebagai keynote speaker, yeah. And distinguished invited speakers, presenters, moderators, participants, and committees. Since last morning, yeah, the seminar starting from the keynote speaker session, invited speaker session, to the parallel session, and the announcement of some of the best presenters, best articles, best winner, and winner the poster competition champion, yeah, the poster champion. It is time to us to end this conference. Yeah. We hope some of the articles that have been presented can be forwarded to full papers to be published in proceeding or several journals. Yeah. We want to thank the Rector of Universitas Halu Oleo, the Indonesian National Food Agency, and as keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, moderators, and all participants for their participation in this conference. Thank you also the chair of the committee, Ibu Dr. R. Fitri Faradila, and the committee members and for the time, energy, and trust given and to organizing and in this conference. We also thanks to the support of several sponsors. Yeah. We apologize if there are shortcomings during this conference. Thank you. See you, inshallah, in the fourth HICAF, yeah, 2025. Yeah, yeah. Sampai jumpa di HICAF keempat, insya Allah tahun 2025 ya. Semoga kita diberikan kekuatan dan kesehatan untuk menjalankan tugas sehari-hari. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Ya.
Hadirin sekalian, dengan berakhirnya penutup acara penutupan oleh Dekan Fakultas Pertanian, maka berakhirlah pula seluruh rangkaian acara pada pagi hari ini menjelang sore hari. Saya selaku MC pada kegiatan ini Memohon maaf apabila ada kesalahan kata dari saya, dan terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.